Hey guys, my name is Kaushik and welcome back to Lambda Test. So already we have learned Selenium with Java and then we have learned Playwright with TypeScript. Now we're going to learn the Playwright with Java binding. In this video, we're going to learn a basic introduction to the Playwright. Then we're going to learn how to set up the project with the help of we are going to install the JDK, we are going to install the Maven, and also we are going to install the Eclipse IDE. You can also use the IntelliJ, but throughout the playlist I will go with the Eclipse IDE because that is what very handy for me, and you can follow the same so that you will learn few of the shortcuts in Eclipse. If you have already watched our Playwright with TypeScript tutorial playlist, probably you know what is Playwright, and of course there is a new version released every month and we have a lot of changes, so I'm going to cover that. And if you're going to very new to the Playwright, then of course this will really help you to understand the Playwright and its advantage. Let's get started now. Playwright is a Node.js library to automate Chromium, Firefox and WebKit with a single API. Playwright is built to enable cross-browser testing. Just in case if you do not know Chromium, Chromium is the browser engines. For example, we use Chrome browser, we use Brave browser, and newly launched like Arc browser, all are based on the Chromium engine. And if you see like Mozilla Firefox, which is like the engine is basically your Firefox, and WebKit is basically for your Safari. If you are using iOS, like mobile for iOS Safari browser or the Mac OS, then of course you know there is a Safari. So WebKit is the engine that is helped to create the browsers like Safari. Playwright by Microsoft did start as a fork of Puppeteer. So just in case if you do not know, Puppeteer is a Node library to automate only the Chromium browsers with the JavaScript API. And mostly that runs on the headless mode. That means we cannot see the UI, we can just execute our test. But Playwright supports both headless and as well as head mode as well. We will talk about that in our upcoming lecture. So let us discuss why we should learn Playwright and what are the advantage compared to any other framework or API. So as we know, like it's built for cross-browser testing, so we can run on any browser, any platform using the one API. So for example, like it supports cross-browser across like Chromium, Firefox and WebKit. So Playwright comes with bundled browsers, that is what we mostly use to execute. But just in case if you want to execute in your local browser, for example Microsoft Edge or the Chrome, of course we can do that as well. So the advantage of using the browser engines Chromium, for example, let's say that now the Chromium engine version is, let's consider it is like 115, but if you see the browser that we have installed in our machine like the Chrome or the Brave, they will be like n-1, so it will be like 114 and the engine will be like 115. So we are already testing ahead a release of the actual Chrome browser, which is really good. But of course when we do the regression or like after the release, if I want to do the smoke test, I would like to execute in the browser that is installed on my machine, then of course I can go with the local browser like Chrome or Microsoft Edge as well. And of course it supports like cross-platform. We can run our test in Windows, Linux, Macs in local machine, or also we can use like continuous integrations, maybe like Jenkins or 𝐊𝐨𝐿, or of course we are going to use the Lambda Test platform as well. And of course we can run both in headless and head mode as well. And one more major advantage of Playwright is like we have multiple bindings, so we can use the Node.js, which is like JavaScript and the TypeScript, and then we have the Java, we have the Python, and also we have the .NET language support. So whatever your comfort, you can pick the Playwright and you can write your test. And we can also test the mobile browser, not the native application. We can use only the like if it's Android we can use the Chrome browser, if it's iOS we can use the Safari browser. We can only interact with the browser as of now. We do not have like native application support, that is like your APK files. We cannot do that for now. Maybe in future we can expect, but yeah, for now we can just only automate only the browsers available within the mobile. And my personal favorite feature of Playwright is this no flaky test. That means it has like inbuilt support of auto waits, which we'll learn in our upcoming sessions, and then it has like web first assertion. In TypeScript, we have like the first assertion. Of course, we have in that Java as well, but in TypeScript, we have like hard and soft assert. But whereas in Java, we have only the hard assert. We'll talk about that in our upcoming videos, how to do the assertion properly. And also we have the tracing. Tracing means like we can see the DOM snapshot and also the screenshot of your execution, the live video rendering. It's kind of okay. I'll show you more on that. And there are no limits. We can multiple everything. We can have like multiple tabs. We can have like multiple browsers. We can have also multiple users. Multiple users in the sense like, for example, I want to run my test in the Chromium browser where I have to log in with my admin. At the same time, I want to launch another browser without any of the cache and cookies from my admin user. Rather, I want to use my like actual test users. So I can have like two browsers at the same time, and both will have its own context, like it will have its own cache and the cookies. So we can run like we can simulate like chat application or admin and users application at the same time without any problem. And of course it has like trusted events. We can do like drag and drop, we can do the hover, we can interact with drop downs, we can interact with multiple input elements. So all the events are supported in Playwright. And of course it has like frame supports, and then also it supports like shadow DOM. Okay, so it's basically shadow DOM support. Okay, and powerful tooling, we have like few of the great features like 𝐊𝐶ode basically will help us to generate the Playwright code in any language, in any binding. So I can just record my test in the JavaScript, TypeScript. We have like Java bindings, we have like Python and .NET as well. Okay, so this is really powerful. I will show you the demo. And of course we have the Playwright Inspector, one of the greatest tool to do the debugging, and I can make it sure like this is one of the best compared to your Selenium, Cypress, WebDriver, whatever the testing framework you know. This Playwright Inspector is the best, I can say. And also we have the trace viewer, which is very similar to your tracing. So we'll see that in live action as we move forward. So first thing first, we are going to install the JDK, and the latest version seems like to be 20, but of course we are going to use the older version, that is JDK 11. So if you scroll down here, you can see like Java 11 version is there, and just go there based on your operating system. In my case, of course, it's a Windows machine, and I'm going to download the installer. So x64 installer, just click on that, it will download for you. Okay, just accept the terms and condition and then click on like download Java, and then just click on this download JDK. And I'm downloading it from the Oracle website. So of course you should have the user account. If you don't have, just create account, it's free, and you can just give your data. That's it, very simple. So I'm going to download on my desktop folder. Let me create a new folder called Playwright installation, something like that, and let me save it here. I will leave all the link in the description. You can just go and click and download it from there. Okay, so let it complete the download, and it says like blocked dangerous, but I know it's safe, so I'm just going to click on the skip, and yeah, it's downloaded. Okay, then we're going to download the Maven setup as well. So if you go to this particular link, and if you go to the files, and then we have like binary zip, so I'm going to download this one. Okay, so just click on this 3.9.1 and you can save in your same folder. It will be zip file, so yeah, fine. Okay, so once both are downloaded, that's it. Then we have to do the Eclipse, but before that we will set up the JDK and the Maven. Okay, so it's very simple actually. If you go to the, so here's my JDK, I'm just going to double click on this and make sure you're going to use the same like 11 version. If you already have that, you can skip this step. If you don't have, just follow. It's very simple. Okay, just you have to click like next and then followed by next. That's it. We are pretty much done with the installation. It's very simple actually, and just you can click on the close. That's it. But once this is done, you have to do the path. Okay, we have to set the path in the environment variable. So let's see. You can just go to your file explorer like this PC and right click, and you can go with like properties, and then we have this as advanced system settings, and then we have this environment variable. Now here we have to create two things. One is this user variable for 𝐊𝐿, of course it will be like your name, and then we have to set the system variable. Okay, so first of all, go to your this PC, go to your C drive and program files, and then go to the Java, and here I can say I have like Java 11. I can just go and copy the path, parent path, okay, the root of the folder, and here I have to say like Java underscore home, and then followed by just give the path you copied. Okay, make sure it's going to be Java underscore in caps, or else it might not work. Okay, then click on OK. That's it, we are done with our first step. Second step, within the system variables, you have to click on the path and you click on this edit, then click on new, and here you have to give the path, then followed by /bin. Okay, so in the system variables we have to focus to the bin folder, and within the home, that is like user variables, we have to give the root of the path. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done. Now give OK and give OK. Just to confirm, go to your command prompt like cmd, and here you can say like java dash version. So if you are able to see something like this, then of course it's working. If you are on Windows like 7 or any other version, you might have to restart, but if you are on Windows 10 or 11, you don't have to restart your system. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done with our first installation. Now we are going to do the Apache Maven. So I'm going to navigate to my folder, the downloaded folder. I'm going to copy the file, zip file, and I will go to my Windows C folder, the hard disk, I mean the C drive, and I will paste it. It will ask for continue, just give continue, and then I'm just going to do the extract here. Okay, so here you can select, we have this Apache Maven 3.9.1.bin. okay, so if you go within this, you will have another folder. Just go within this and you just copy the path. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to again set the environment variable. So same thing, just go to advanced system settings, go to environment variables, click new, and here I'm going to give like Maven underscore home with capital, and just give the root of the path, root path of the folder. Okay, just click on OK, then go to the path and click on edit and click on new, and here of course we have to give the bin. Okay, so always remember, when it comes to like system variables, you have to include the bin. When it comes to like user variable, we don't have to give the bin folder. Click on OK, click on OK, close this. That's it, we are pretty much done. Just to confirm, just go again to your command prompt, cmd. Don't use your previous command prompt, open a new command prompt, and then say like mvn dash version, I guess. Yeah, so if you give this like mvn dash version, you can see like we have this Apache Maven 3.9.1, which means correct. If you are not able to see this, then of course there is something wrong with your installation. I mean the path is wrong. Okay, so yeah, if you are facing any issues, just do let me know in the comments. I'll be happy to reply. Okay, now we're going to use the Eclipse editor. So just go to this particular link called eclipse.org/download/packages. And here we are going to use the first one, Eclipse ID for Java developers. So based on your operating system, you can just click on this particular link, and that should download the editor. So it will basically give us a like zip file, and we don't have to install the Eclipse. It will just a runnable file, so we can extract the zip and we can make use of it. Okay, so I'm just going to save it in the same folder. The file is downloaded. I'm just going to open that on my file explorer, and here it's a zip file. Of course we can just right click and extract, and then we can use it directly. We don't have to do any kind of installation for Eclipse. So that's it, just go to the folder, and within that we'll have like Eclipse. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on this eclipse.exe and send to desktop. That means like I will get a shortcut on my desktop. That's it, very simple thing. Okay, so that's it for this video. In the next video we'll create the Maven project, and we'll write our first Playwright script to how to launch a browser and maybe some basic actions. Okay, so let me give you a quick recap. So we have learned like what is Playwright and how to do the setup using the JDK. We have to use the Maven binary file, and also we have to use the Eclipse editor. In our previous video, we learned about the basics of Playwright in theoretical way, and also we have learned like how to install the JDK, the Maven, and the Eclipse editor. In this video, we are going to learn how to add the Maven dependencies of Playwright. Then we are going to learn how to write our first Playwright test, where we are going to learn how to launch different types of browsers like the Chromium, WebKit, and the Firefox. Then we'll write our simple login and logout test script with the e-commerce platform from Lambda Test, and then I will also show you how to do the proper assertion. Let's get started now. So let's open the Eclipse editor. If you remember, like in previous video, we just downloaded, installed, and then we created a desktop shortcut, right? So that is this one. So first of all, we have to create a workspace. So you can just go with the default, but in my default workspace, I have other project as well. So I'm just going to browse and I'm going to create a new workspace. I'm going to give it a new folder, and let's make it like Lambda test workspace, something like that. Okay, and you can select the folder and you can just check this one, like use this as default and do not ask again, and then you can give the launch. Then you can just close this welcome screen, and it's in the dark theme, but of course we'll go with the white because this dark doesn't look that great. So you can just go to Windows Preference and then go to like General Appearance and make it like light, and just give apply and close and then restart. Similarly, if you want dark theme, you can probably go there and change it. It's very simple. First thing first, we are going to create a Maven project. So if you see here, we have an option like create a Maven project. Just in case if you are not seeing this, you can go to like File and you can go to New Maven Project, and you have to give the you have to choose this create a simple project, click on next, and here we are going to give the group ID. So let's name it like Lambda test Playwright, something like that, and I'm going to copy and give it the same, and this is going to be my artifact name. Okay, so group ID is nothing but it's like your folder name, and artifact ID is like your project name. Okay, I'm going to leave all the default settings. I'm just going to click on the finish, and that's it. So in the right hand side, you can see the progress, it's completed almost. So if I go and open, you can see something like this. So this is your default Maven structure. If you are not seeing this, then definitely something wrong in your network, or maybe if you are using any kind of like antivirus, probably that's blocking the Maven dependencies to download. Okay, but most of these scenarios it should work. If you have any error, feel free to ask in the comments. I'll be happy to reply. Now if you go to this pom.xml, by default it will open in this way, but what you can do is you can just click on this pom.xml and you can close this outline, and you can use like Ctrl+ to increase the font size. Within this, we are going to do we are going to add the dependencies of Playwright. So for that, let me take you to the official documentation, and if you go to the installation, here you can see like we have the simple test file with the main method, and then we have this pom.xml. So of course we are going to use this. I'm just going to copy from this properties. Okay, so properties, then followed by the dependencies, and followed by the build, and I'm just going to copy everything, and make sure you are going to paste below the version and above the project. Okay, so what we have here is very simple. So first we have like properties, and we are just like the character whatever we are going to write, we are going to make sure like it's going to be UTF-8. That means of course it will support all the characters. And then we have the dependencies. Within that we have like dependency tag, where we are saying like playwright com.microsoft.playwright, and this is the group ID, this is the artifact, and this is the version 1.33 is the latest version that got released today. As of now I'm making the video. And then we have this build. Within that we have plugins. Plugins is very good concept. I will explain more about it in our upcoming videos maybe. So here we have just this Maven compiler, because of course we are going to run our test not only from Eclipse ID but from the Maven using the Maven as well. So for that we need this Maven compiler plugin. and the version is the latest, of course. And here we have the source and target. We are going to change this to 11 because we have installed that. And you can give like Control S to save the file. Once you do that, you can see like here we have the progress, and here we are facing some issue. You can see like we are getting this thing. That means like the dependency is, I mean, this particular dependency, Playwright version 1.33, it got released today only. I think they haven't updated the Maven repository maybe. So I'm just going to switch to like 1.32 and I'm going to save. Let's see if, yeah, it's working. So it's basically like they haven't updated the Maven repository, I guess, but it's okay. We'll go with the 1.32, which is like previous version. And here you can see like we are getting everything from the Maven repository. So let me pause and come back once it's downloaded everything. So all the dependency got downloaded, and if you want to just confirm, you can go to this Maven dependencies, and here you can see like we have driver, we have Playwright, and that's it. We are pretty much done. Okay. Now what we're going to do, we are going to write our first test script. So I'll just go with the src test Java folder, the package, and within that I'm going to create a package called, let me name it like day 2. So we are on the day 2 learning today, and of course we can give a better package name, but this is just for your learning, so I'll just name it like day 2. Okay, then I'm going to create a new class, and within the class let's name it like launch browser, something like that. And I will go with main method for now, but maybe in future we'll change this to testng. But for now, I think this is pretty good. Okay. So first thing first, we are going to learn how to launch the browsers. Okay. So if you already know Selenium, we know that in Selenium we have the driver concept. So we have to write our Chrome driver equal to new Chrome driver, and before that we have to use the system.set property to say like, hey, here is my Chrome driver and you can use the driver. So that is how the JSON wire protocol works, and that is how the Selenium and our browser communicates with each other. But Playwright architecture is different, entirely different. It doesn't work based on the driver configurations. So here Playwright always comes with the bundled browsers like the Chromium, Firefox, and the WebKit. So we have to create the server, we have to create the instance of the Playwright, and based on that we can launch different browsers. Let me show you. So first we are going to launch the Playwright server. So for that we have to say like Playwright, then followed by create, which is going to return me the Playwright reference here. So I can just name it like Playwright, and then followed by I can say like Playwright dot Chromium. That means it's going to launch the Chromium browser, but Chromium in the sense like it's just call the Chromium and we have to launch it. So for that we are going to use the function called launch. Within the launch we can give like few of the launch options. We'll talk about that in a moment. So I'm going to save this as a like browser. So let me name it like browser. Okay, so again browser is your interface, so it's going to return the browser reference here. From the browser reference we can say like two options. We can say like new context, which will gives the browser context, or else we can say like new page, that will return us a page. Here in the world of Playwright, page means it's just a simple tab. Okay, so for example, if you go to our browser, here we have a tab, here we have another tab, and I can launch another tab, right? So we can launch after like lots of tab. So each and every tab meant new page here. So it's going to return me the page reference here. I can just call it like page. Okay, so in Playwright we have like multiple configuration. I can say we can launch different browsers. From the browsers we can have like different context. From the context we can have like multiple pages as well. So if you already watched my Playwright with TypeScript video in our Lambda test channel, you already aware of that. If not, no worries, I will cover that in our upcoming videos. Now this is how we can launch the simple browser. So here I'm going to say like page, then followed by I'm going to say the function navigate, and here I have to give the URL of the application. I'm just going to use the Lambda test e-commerce application, which is just like our practice site, so it's really good. Okay, so I'm going to right click, run as Java application. If you see here, the program is going to execute and it will launch this particular website as well, but you cannot see any kind of like browser, in our taskbar, or even in the console. So if I go to like this console, you can see like the program is running actually, but there is no stop or no output. Why? In the sense like by default Playwright runs all the tests in headless mode. So we have to bring the head mode. That means we want to see the graphical user interface. So for that, within the launch option, I have to say like, within the launch function, I have to say like launch options, and of course it's a class, so we'll say like new launch option, then followed by dot, and here I have to say like set headless, and let me make it as false. Okay, that means now if I go and execute, it will launch the browser and it will load this particular site, and also we can see the same. So here is the output. And if you go to this menu and if you go to this, you can see like we have a option called about Chromium. So successfully we have launched our browser with this particular URL. Now we are going to write our test script. So I'm just going to make it very simple. So I'm just going to hover on this my account and I'm going to click on this login, and then I'm just going to give my email address, the password, and I'm going to do the click action, the login button click, and then we'll do some verification. That's it. Okay, so it's going to be very simple, and already I have done the register, so I'm just going to use the same credential to do the login. So first of all, we're going to inspect this my account section. So let me bring up my DOM here, and if I go and mouse over, so here you can see like this is basically a tag, and within that we have the div, and within that we have like span, and then we have the text. So we can write this the XPath. So I can just give like /a contains my account is the text, and where it has also a roll call button. Okay, so if I mouse over, you can see like it's the perfect one. Okay, I'm just going to copy that, and then followed by, already I believe that you know about the XPath. If not, kindly watch XPath tutorial. And yeah, so first of all, I'm going to say like paste dot locator. So to find any locator from the DOM, we have to use the function called locator, and I'm going to give my XPath. In Selenium, we have to say like drive dot find element by ID, name, class name, link text, partial link text, all those. But in Playwright, it's very simple. The Playwright locator engine is very good. We can just use the one function like locator, and based on the data we are going to pass, for example, it can be XPath or the CSS, everything is going to work fine. Okay, so I'm going to store this as a like my account, and I'm going to do the mouse over, right? So for that we can use the function called hover. Okay, so here I can say like my account, then followed by hover, and that will do the mouse over. Once I do the mouse over, then of course I have to find this particular element, which is login. So here we can see like we have a text called login, so of course I can use this. So let me copy, and here I can say like I can just change this. So instead of like my account, I can give like login, and I can remove this one. Yeah, so it works fine. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that, and here I'm going to say like page dot, I can also do like click directly without even finding the locator. That means internally it finds, of course. Like here we are using like page dot locator, and from the locator we are just doing the hover. So here I'm just using click, and within that I'm passing my actual locator. Okay, that will also work. If you don't want to do this, then we can say like page dot locator, and then followed by the XPath, which is going to return me the locator, and you can say like locator dot click, or else we can also say like dot click. Anyway is fine. So we can have like three ways: you find the element, store it in a variable, and you use it, or else directly use the click function, or else you find the locator and use the click function. Okay, so let me go to this particular page, and once I go there, I have to verify, let's say that the page title is account login. How to do that is very simple. To do the assertion, of course we have to import this particular line called import static playwright assertion dot assert that. Okay, now I can say like assert that. So static in the sense, of course we don't have to call the class and the method directly. We can use the method because we are using the static import here. Okay, and here I can pass my page, and then I can have the functions like to have URL, or sorry, not to have, to have is basically your TypeScript library. Here we have functions like has title or has URL, something like that. So I'm just going to give the has title because of course we are interested to check the title. and here I can say like it has a title called account login. You can just copy and paste. So if you give like double slash then followed by title, here you can see like we have this particular title. So I'm just going to copy and paste over here. That's it, we are pretty much done. Okay, after that, of course, we are going to enter our username and the password, I mean the email address and the password. So if I go and click on this, here you can see like we have a placeholder called email address. I'm going to copy that, and here I can say like page dot get by role, get by placeholder, and I can just simply pass the placeholder value. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done. Now I can do like type is basically your send case in Selenium. So here I have to pass my email address, which is this one. I'm just going to copy and paste over here. Similarly, if I want to enter my password, so if I go and inspect, here I can see like we have a placeholder called password. So I'm just going to copy that, and here I'm going to say like page dot get by placeholder, and this is the value, and then I'm going to say like type and followed by the password. Okay, so which is going to be, let me check. Yeah, so this is my password. I'm just going to copy and paste over here. That's it, we are pretty much done. Now here we have this login button. Okay, so here we can have like type equal to submit, value equal to login, and it has a class. Okay, so I'm just going to take the XPath of this. So let me do that very quickly. So double slash input and then followed by @value equal to this login. Okay, so 1 of 1, of course it's correct. Then I can say like page dot followed by locator and the locator value, and then followed by dot click. Okay, so that's it, pretty much done. Now you might be confused. Hey, in the line number 23 you are using the function called locator, but whereas in other places we are using the function like get by placeholder or get by there are a lot of things there. Okay, so if you go to this get by locator and if you give like control O, you can see like all the functions over here. So there are a lot of things which we are going to discuss in our upcoming videos in detail. So as of now, remember that there are multiple ways to find element in Playwright. So one is like get by placeholder, which is newly released feature, whereas locator is like very from the beginning it's there. Okay, which is recommended to use. Both are recommended to use, and both does the same job. Based on your understanding and your requirement, you can use. For example, here placeholder seems very easy for me, so I have used this function, and here I have to go with the XPath, so I have used the function called locator. Okay, so that's it, we are done. Now once I do the login, if it's correct, what will happen? Of course I will navigate to the login page, and here you can see like we have a page title called my account, right? So here I'm going to do the assertion again. So for that, of course, I have to use function like assert that, and I'm going to give the page within that, and then I can say like has title, and the title is my, then followed by account. Of course it's a case sensitive, so always copy paste, but it seems very easy to me, so just I typed. Okay, now we are going to write this, I mean we are going to run this. So right click, run as, and then followed by Java application. Let's see what happens. So Playwright already has the inbuilt wait mechanism. So in this case, I believe we don't need any external wait to handle this login scenario at least. So you can see the hover is done and it's going to the login page. It entered the value, my account is there, the assertion is correct, and browser is not closed because of course we have to do the close. Okay, so let me close this. Okay, so I'm going to say like page.close, and make sure we are going to close all the resources we have opened. For example, here we are using the page, then we have the browser, then we have the Playwright. Okay, so here I will say like browser dot close, and then followed by Playwright dot close. Now you might ask me whether we have to use all of them. Can I just use like Playwright dot close? Of course we can use that, but for each and every close there is a different meaning, which I will discuss in our upcoming videos. Okay, and of course this time the browser will open and close, but I'm just going to make a small mistake here. I'm going to fail the assertion so that we'll understand whether our assertion has worked properly or not in our previous execution. So mouse over is done and it's going to enter the credentials, and of course there is a assertion failure. And if you go to the browser and if you go to the console, here you can see like we are getting the error, and the default timeout is 5 seconds. That means after 5 seconds we'll end up with the exception. And if you read the error message, it's very easy to understand. So for example, here you can see like page title expected to be my account, then followed by some number, but received is my account, which is correct. We intentionally make it failure, right? Now let's go back and let me correct this one. And if I run this, of course it's going to complete the test and it's also going to close it. Okay, so that's it, very simple. I hope this is very easy to understand, and this is our first coding videos. Of course I will make it very simple. In the upcoming videos I will make you I will give you concepts more in detail. Okay, so let me give you a quick recap. So first of all, we are just creating instance for the playwright.create, and based on that we are launching our Chromium browsers. And of course we can run the same test in multiple browser as well. For example, I just say like instead of Chromium I can make it like Firefox. Now if I go and run this, you will see like it is going to execute in the Firefox browser. So I'm just going to run and show you. So here you can select the nightly browser of Firefox. So nightly in the sense like, of course it's a release ahead. Okay, so yeah, so you can see it completed, and of course we know it's correct. Then if you want to launch in WebKit, of course you can change this to WebKit, and then if I go and run this, you will be able to run this. Now you might have a questions like, hey Kaushik, how can I do the cross browser testing? Because every time we are changing here, it's very simple. When we go with the TestNG, we can use the parameter concept. We can change that in our XML TestNG XML file, and we can just run this. Very simple. Maybe if required, we'll talk about that in our upcoming videos. Okay, so here's again a quick recap. So based on the browser name, you can just go and launch, and we are using the launch option to make it like run in head and headless mode. So headless false in the sense like we can see the graphical user interface. If I make it true, we cannot see the browser. And then we have this browser.new page, which is going to refer the page reference, and from there we do all this stuff. So navigate in the sense like, of course it's going to navigate to a particular site, and then we have few methods to find the elements. For example, I can say like page.locator, or also I can use like get by placeholder, get by test id, get by id. All those stuffs are there. Okay, and we are using this assert that to do the assertion, and we are using import static so that we don't have to call the class, we can directly call the functions. And then of course we have the close, and that's it. And type means, of course it's like send case in Selenium, and click is very understandable. That's it. Okay, so that's it from my side. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one very soon. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comment. I'll be happy to reply. In our previous video, we have learned how to do a simple login with the help of Playwright. Today in this video, we are going to learn how to do the basic actions. For example, we are going to learn how to interact with the different types of input fields. So we are going to learn the difference between type and the field, and then we are also going to learn how to do the key press and also like clear the value of an existing input field. And we'll also learn how to get the attribute value. Along with that, we'll also learn how to do the assertion, and lastly we'll learn how to handle the checkbox as well. Okay, so let's get started now. So we are in the package of day 3, and the class name is interact with inputs. And then of course we know, first of all we have to use like Playwright, then followed by the create function, which will create an instance of the Playwright, and followed by we are going to use the Chromium browser. So for that, of course I have to say like playwright.chromium, then followed by launch, and we want to see this within the like with the help of head mode. So here I'm going to use like launch option, and of course it's a class, so we'll call the keyword new, and then followed by we'll use like set headless, and here I'm going to make it like false. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done. Now with the help of browser, we can just call the new page to get the page reference, and from the page we can say like navigate to a particular site. So here I will say like page.navigate, and we have to pass the URL. For the demo, we are going to use the demo website from Lambda test, and here is our actual URL. So I'm just going to copy and paste over here. So let's make it very simple. So here you can see like we have a single input field. We have to enter the message, and you have to click on this get checked value, and we will get the message here. We can just do the assertion, or we can just print and see as well. Okay, so for example, here I can say like, hey tester, and then if I click on this get checked value, so here I can select, we are getting the same message. Very simple scenario. Let's see how to do it. So first of all, of course, we have to inspect this one. So I'm just going to right click, inspect, and here we can see like we have a class, and also we have a ID. So of course I can take the ID. So let me just copy this, and then I can say like page dot followed by locator and the locator value. So I'm going to make it like CSS, so that will be really easy to understand. So hash then followed by the value. Okay, then I'm going to use the function called type. Okay, so there are two functions to do the type action. That means like send case in Selenium. One is type and another one is the fill. We'll get back to that in a moment. So first of all, I'm just going to pass some data like hey tester here. Once I pass, of course I have to click on this checked value. So let me go and inspect. So it's a button and it has an ID called show input. So I'm just going to copy that, and here I can say like page dot locator, and instead of like going with the CSS, also we can say like ID equal to then followed by the value, which should also work fine. Okay, and here we are going to use the click action. So let me just use the function called click. Once we do the click, we know that that's going to be shown here. So right click and inspect, and here you can see like we have a ID called message. So I'm just going to copy that, and here I'm going to say like page dot locator and then followed by the CSS value. And if you want to read the text, we can use the function like text content that will return the string. Okay, so here I can say like something like message, and then I can just do this is out. Of course we don't use this out a lot in our testing. We have to use the expect. I will come to that, but before that I just want to give you the demo of text content. So we'll read the message here. Okay, and lastly we are going to close the browser as well. So let me just use like playwright.close. that will close the page as well as the playwright instance. Okay, so let me go and run this very quickly. And here it didn't success, and if you go back to this, you can see like it says like error, and it says like resolve to 3 elements. Okay, so this user message is basically like we have like 3. Okay, so 3 elements are there, and this is what you will get like strict mode violation. So Playwright has this function called a locator, which is used to get one locator at a time, and also it can give you multiple elements. For example, in Selenium we have two functions. One is the find element and another one is the find elements. But in the world of Playwright, we have only one function, that is page.locator, and locator can give you single if it's there, or else it can also give you multiple. If multiple elements are there with the same locator, that means you are just doing like strict mode violation. Okay, so you might see this very often. So make sure you are going to find your elements that's going to be unique, or else of course we have like different options to handle that as well. Let me see like how many duplicates we have. So let's go and inspect this first one. So I'm just going to copy this, and if I go and inspect this particular page, and if I paste it here, you can see like we have 1 of 3. That's why we have got this strict mode violation error message. Now so this is my div id user message, and this is my div id user message, and this is basically my input. So what can I do is I can simply say like input then followed by user message. That means it's a unique now. So I can copy and paste over here, but when I go to this show input, let me check this as well if it's duplicate or not. So this is correct, and then we have this message. So here if I go and inspect, so this one looks unique. Okay, so yeah, so this is also unique now. Okay, so it should work now. Let's go and run this. So remember, in Playwright, the page.locator function returns the element, also it returns the multiple element. How to deal with multiple element, we'll learn that maybe in later videos. Okay, so here you can see like we got the output as hey tester. Now we're going to do the assertion. So of course we know we don't use the sysout to do the assert, we have to use the playwright assertion, right? So here I can just simply say like playwright dot playwright assertion, and this is going to return, I mean it is going to suggest me the import statement. So here I'm going to make it like static, and here I'm going to make it like assert that, which is going to be a static. So here I don't have to say like playwright assertion dot assert that. Instead of that I can say simply like assert that, and then I can use the locator directly. Okay, so here we don't have to store this as well. Okay, so for example I'm going to just use this one. Okay, you just find the locator. Paste dot locator is of course going to return as the locator, and from there I can say like dot have text. So here you can see like we have like contains text. If you want to check partially, if you want to check fully, you can use like has text, and then we can pass the message. So the message is going to be like whatever the test data I'm going to pass. So I'm just going to copy and paste over here. Okay, and of course you can store this in a string variable and you can reuse that, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, so let me run this very quickly just to show you. And here you can see like we got the console, and of course the assertion is passed. That's why our script got completed, or else we might end up with an exception. Okay, now moving to the next topic, we are going to learn the difference between type and fill function. So for that I'm going to use another page. So if I go to this page, here you can see like we have a enter data, and we can enter like 500 characters. Like we can enter up to 500 characters. For example, if I type 1 by 1, you can see like we are getting this value, right? So it's basically getting changed. Now let's see what the difference between type and fill with this example. So I'm just, after this I'm just going to have the test. So here we'll say like paste dot navigate, and then followed by the URL, and then I'm going to inspect this particular guy. So here let's go and inspect, and this has ID called text box. I'm going to use that. Paste dot, then followed by locator and the ID value as a CSS, and then I'm going to select type, and I'm going to pass some random data like 500 characters. Okay, so let's copy some character from here itself. Let me use this one. Okay, so here totally we have like 315 characters, which is good, I guess. Let me copy and paste over here, and let's go and run this now. Let's see. Just observe what actually happening. It will be very quick, but just observe. Okay, so if you have noticed, I will try to slow down the video and show you the characters. Whenever the type is typing the characters, the number of characters reducing we can see. Okay, but if I go and change this to fill now, instead of type, if I go and change this to fill, let's see what happens. Okay, you might have not seen actually, it's just completed very soon. Okay, so I'm just going to do the comment here, close. I will comment it now. Let's run one more time. So what's the difference, actual difference, in the sense like based on the key events. For example, here you can say like we have used the function called fill. It just filled. Okay, as the name suggests, it's just fill. This does not bind to any of the event listeners. For example, this particular text box has input listeners, event listeners. So whenever I do some type, for example, if I do some type, you can see the characters are getting changed. But when I use the fill function, it does not bind with the event. So that is the difference between type and fill. Fill will clear the existing value, and it will just like kind of doing the injection, like injecting the value. So it will just go and through all the data into the text box or any field. Where type will have the bindings, event listeners binding, so it will just type like 1 by 1. So you are like typing one character at a time. So which one is recommended to use? So if you have like something like binding the input event listeners, then you should always go with the type. No, it doesn't matter. I like, for example, if you go to this particular input form field, here you can select that might not be any kind of bindings. You can just type, and you want to complete this very soon, then of course you can go with the fill function. So that is the difference between type and fill, and I believe you are able to understand it very clearly. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Now we are going to learn few of the other things as well. For example, if I want to retrieve a value from the from your field, input field. For example, here we have this enter a, right? So if I give enter a and I want to know, or let's say that, let's go to my website, that will be little handy, I guess. Yeah, so here you can select, we have some value already in the input box, so we want to read that particular value. How to do it is very simple. Let me show you that. Okay, so here I'm just going to, so paste dot, then followed by the navigate to the URL, and then we have the ID here as get me. So I'm just going to copy that, and I'm going to select paste dot locator and the value as CSS. Then I have to use the function called input value. Okay, so don't get confused. Input value means it's going to return the value which is already there in the input. Okay, so it's going to return the string, of course, input value. So I can do the sysout, or also I can do the expect. Okay, expect in the sense like the assertion. Okay, let me comment this code here. We don't need this now. Okay, now let me just go and run, so we can see the input value as 𝐊𝐿𝐴𝐐𝐤 over there. So here you can select, we got the value. Okay, so of course you can do the assertion as well. Similarly, if you want to get any attribute value, for example, if I go to this particular here, so here you can select enter first name and last name is there, which is kind of your placeholder, right? So I want to read this particular placeholder value, so of course I can do that. So here I can select paste dot locator and the locator value, and I can say like get attribute, and the attribute name is going to be placeholder, and then it's going to return the string as a placeholder value, and I'm going to do the sysout. Let me go and run this now. And there is also a best practice to follow in Playwright. If we are going to do the assertion, so here you can select we got the value. So if we are going to do the assertion, we should not use something like this. For example, in TestMu we say like this is my string, right? So we'll say like assert, then followed by this string and the actual and expected string. But in Playwright, it is recommended to use the web first assertion. For example, instead of saying like get attribute, getting the string value and doing the TestMu assert, what we can do is we can simply just use this one. Okay, so for example, I know that this is going to return me the locator, and let me name it like full name locator, and then I can say like assert that. So if you give control space, you can see like we have the API response, we have the locator, and as well as we have the page. So page in the sense like we can do the verification of page title, page URL, and if I have to do anything with the locators, then I will use this one. Okay, of course it's an overloading function, so you don't have to worry about it. You can just give the set that, then followed by the locator or the page, it will give you the auto suggestion. For example, here I can say like has attribute, and then I can say like attribute is going to be my placeholder, and the value is going to be this particular what's this, yeah, this one. So I can just copy and paste here. Okay, so this is the best way to do the assertion with the help of Playwright. So always get the locator, pass the locator, and then use the has attribute, has text, contains. You can do partial as well as full checks. Okay, so let me go and run this one more time. Okay, so here you can select our test got passed. Okay, let me give you one more example. So here you can select already we have this value and I want to clear this value. Okay, how to do it is very simple. So we'll go and inspect, and here we have ID called clear me. So I'm just going to copy that, and here I'm going to say like paste dot locator and then followed by the ID. So you can also use like ID equal to, that should also work fine. and then I can call the function like clear. So this is very similar to your Selenium. Okay, so that's it. So just if you want to see, you can see. Okay, let's not execute and waste the time. It's of course, it will get clear. Okay, so that's it, very simple. Lastly, we are going to also learn how to handle the checkbox. So checkbox and radio button both are kind of same, so you can go with anyone. Okay, so here you can select single checkbox demo. So we are going to assert that this is not checked first, and then we'll see like whether once I do the check whether it is checked or not. Okay, I'm just going to copy the URL, and here let me comment this as well. So page dot navigate and the URL. Then of course we have to find this element. So let's go and inspect, and here we have a ID called is age selected, so I'm going to copy that, and here I can select page dot locator, then followed by the value, and here like if you say like check, it will do the check action, but before that we have to do the assertion. So I'm just going to store this with a locator like is age. Okay, so here I can select assert that, and then followed by is age, the element, and we can say like is checked. Is checked, that means of course it will make sure like it is checked, but initially it is not checked. So what we can do, we can say like dot not dot is checked. That means we are just negotiating with the help of dot not function. Okay, then I'm going to say like is age dot check. So dot check in the sense like it will do the check to the checkbox. Okay, then I can simply do the assertion one more time, but this time of course not should be not there. Okay, so let's go and run this. Let's see the output. That's it, the test case got passed. Just to show you, I'm just going to remove this not here, and let's see whether we are getting the assert error or not. And here you can see like the browser is still open. That means of course we are going to get the exception after 5 seconds, because the default timeout is 5 seconds, and it says like locator expected to be checked, but it is actually not checked. Okay, so that's it. Okay, now you might ask me, hey, what is the difference between click and check? For example, here we are using check function, but we can also use the click function, right? So that should also work. You can use both the functions, doesn't make really a change, but when we have the check function internally, like it do certain actions which are relevant to the check options. So if it's checkbox, just go with the checkbox. If it's not checkbox, you can do the click action as well. For example, there are certain types of checkbox which is not checkbox, but in the CSS it is designed as checkbox. So if you go and inspect here, you can see like we have type equal to checkbox, but if you see something like bootstrap or Angular checkbox, there might be a situation where it looks like checkbox but the type is not checkbox. So in that case you can just use the click function as well. Okay, so that's it for this video. Let me give you a quick recap. So first of all, we have this to launch the browser, and we'll get the page reference. From the page reference we are using navigate function to do the navigation. Okay, and we have like type, so we understand the difference between type and field. Type basically binds to the input fields, whereas field doesn't bind. It just like injecting the whole data in a go, whereas type will like type one by one character. Okay, and to read any text data you have to use the function called text content, which is similar to get text in Selenium. And don't get the text and then do the assertion, rather use the web first assertion that I have shown over here. Okay, and then we have this type box as well, and we have this input values. If you want to retrieve any input data, you can use the get attribute, and if you want to do the assertion, you can use like has attribute. And for checkboxes, use the function called check. Okay, so that's it. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments. I'll be happy to reply. See you in the next one. Previous video we have learned how to interact with different types of input fields. In this video we are going to learn how to interact with different types of drop down. we'll learn how to select a dropdown with the help of text or label, and then followed by the value, and lastly we'll also learn how to select a dropdown with the index value. And apart from that, also we'll learn how to handle the jQuery dropdown. So there are two types of dropdown. One is the basic HTML dropdown, that is like select, and within that we have like options. And another one is like jQuery, which looks like a dropdown, but it is not a dropdown. It will be basically like your div, span, like that tags. So first we're going to learn the very basics of dropdown. For example, if you go and see here, we have like select demo list. So if I click on this, you can see like we are getting multiple options, and let's say that I'm going to select like Thursday. Once I do that, you can see like day selected, and then followed by the day we have selected, right? So how do we know it's a drop down or not? So for example, if I go to this particular page, the jQuery drop down select search demo, here also you can select we are getting the same kind of UI, and even here also you can select we are getting the same kind of UI. But which one is drop down and which one is not drop down, let us understand. So if I go and inspect this one, so here you can see like we have a select tag, and within the select tag we have this options. So that means of course it's a drop down. Okay, so whenever we notice like select, and within that we have like few of the options, then of course we can use the default Playwright functions like select options. But in this case it's going to different. So if I go and inspect, here you can see like it's basically span, not your select. So how to handle both have to be handled in different ways. I will teach you both the ways. Okay, so let's go to the very basic one. So here let's see what the things we have. So first of all, I know that I have to select this drop down because in a page there might be multiple. For example, if I go and say like double slash then followed by select, you can see like I'm getting like 3 drop downs here. This might not look like a drop down, but it is a drop down because it's a multi select. For example, here you can see like we have this attribute called multiple, that means it's a multiple. So I can say like control then followed by, I can say like Florida, Texas, Washington. I can just select multiple. So this is basically my multi select, and this is my singular select. In most of the website you can say like single only, but in sometimes there might be multiple select drop down as well. So we know that we have like 3 drop downs here. Now we are going to identify the first drop down, which is like select list demo, and based on that we will do some operations. Okay, so first of all we are going to find the unique value for this, and here I can say like I have a ID called select demo, so I'm just going to copy that, and this is my CS which is unique, so I can use this one. Okay, so first of all we know like how to launch the browser, so I'm going to say like playwright dot create, and then followed by you can say like chromium dot launch, and within the launch we have to make it headless so that we can see it. We'll come to that in a moment. And then we can also say like new page, which is going to return me the page reference. Of course I can write this in a single line as well, it's just the return. So yeah, of course it should work. And within the launch I'm going to say like new then followed by launch option, and if you see here we are not getting any suggestion after the dot because we have to do the import. Shortcut is very easy, Control+1, it will give us this little pop-up and you can give enter. That means we are going to import the launch option. Then I can say like dot set headless and I can make it false. That's it, pretty easy. Okay, now based on the page I know that we have to use the function called navigate so that I can reach to that particular URL. So I have already stored that as a variable, 2 string variables. You can see like select URL, which is this particular site, and then I have like jQuery URL, which is this one. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to first select the dropdown based on the value. So let me store that as a locator. So for example, I can say like page dot locator, and then followed by the locator value, which is select, then followed by the ID value. Of course this is going to return me the locator. I can name it like day locator, something like that. Okay, now we are going to select by the value. By default Playwright allows to select a drop down based on the value, but in the recent update, for example, if I go to the playwright.dev, and if I go to the docs, and if I go to actions, select options, and locator dot select option, so here you can see like we can now select both the value or the visible text at the same time. So this is like this or that. So if you go to the docs and if you go to the release note and if you go to the 1.29 version, you can see like we have this latest option now. Like it matches based on the value or label. So earlier by default it goes always with the values, but now it's goes with the value or label. Okay, so it's just an update and Playwright is evolving a lot, so always recommended to see the documentation because few of the things might get changed in upcoming days, but these are pretty stable. But yeah, we can expect as well, as this is the very new to the market. Okay, now of course you know that in a drop down we have like select tag, within that we have options, and within the options we have like value and the text. So this one is like we can say like visible text or the label, and this is of course the value. In this scenario, value and the text both are exactly same, so if you pass any one, that should work fine. But in certain conditions it might not be true. For example, if I go to my website like letcode.in and then followed by the drop down, let me inspect this one. So here you can select the option, the value is like JS and the text is JavaScript. So this might be like always true or false. So both values and text might be different in some scenarios as well. So based on your application you have to handle, but however in Playwright we can pass both the values and it should work fine. Okay, but still I will show you both the methods. For example, here I can say like day locator, then followed by select option, and here it's a, you can see it's a overloaded and we have a lot of things. So here we can say like, let's say that we are going to pass this as Wednesday, so I'm just going to copy and paste over here. Okay, that's it, pretty much cool. So let's go and run this now. Let's see. So here you can see like we got this as already Wednesday, and let's say that we are going to do also the asset. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, I'm going to inspect this one, and it has some class. So this is the CSS value p dot selected value, so we can just use this. So copy, and of course we know like we can do the asset or we can do this is out as well, but let's go with the asset, which will be very easier. So here I'm going to say, and let's see what is the actual text. So it says like day selected colon dash and then followed by the actual day we are going to select. Okay, so we can do this in like full or partial, so I'm going to do the partial text compression now. Okay, so first of all, of course we have to bring the Playwright assertion, and we'll just make it like static and then followed by dot assert that, and here I'm going to make it like assert that and the locator. So here I can say like base dot locator, the value, and I can say like contains then followed by text and the text that we are going to select. So I can just pass it over here. Okay, so that's it. Let's go and run. Let's confirm whether it's working fine or not. So here you can select it got selected the Wednesday, and if I go to my console, let's go to the console, and of course there are no errors, so of course it's correct. Okay, so yeah, that's it, very cool. Okay, now let's see how to select based on the label. So we can use the same function for both the label and the value, but just in case if you want to select based on the label not the value, then we can say like day locator then followed by select option, and then I have to say like new then followed by select option dot, you can see like we have like set index, set label, set value. Okay, so I'm going to set value, and maybe this time we can go and select like Friday. So I'm just going to copy the Friday and paste over here. Okay, once that is done, of course we know like we can do the assert. So let me copy and paste this one more time, just in case if you want to see the output. You can also do the sys out, and here you can say like, let me store this here. Basically we can store it here, and we can make it like, let me name it like result. Okay, So instead of this, I can just pass like result. That should also work fine. And here also I can select result. And here I can select result, then followed by text content. Okay, so that's it. I hope you are able to understand. So we just got the locator once, and we are going to do the reuse. Okay, so let's go and run this now one more time. Okay, so that's it. Very cool. You can see like day selected is basically Friday, so here we are getting the sys out statement. Okay, so that's it. Go and stop it so that your memory won't get waste. Okay, now if you want to select based on the index, it's very simple. The same thing, you just have to change this, like instead of select set value, you have to like set index. That's it. And of course index means you have to pass the position which starts from 0. So let's say that we're going to select the maybe like 2. Okay, so what will be the 2 will be like here, this is the 0, this is the 1, and this is the 2, so it should be Monday. Okay, so we can expect it to be like Monday. Let's go and run this now. Okay, so that's it. We are pretty much done. If you go and see here, it's basically here Monday. Okay, so we are selecting on the same drop down. That's why like first time it will select the Wednesday, then it will go with the Friday, and then it will go with the Monday. Okay, so yeah, that's it. We have learned all the 3 possible ways. Now how to select multiple? Can we do the multiple on this particular guy? Of course we cannot, because this is a single drop down value. So let's go and find this multiple. So if I go and inspect this one, and here you can select, we have a select with the name called states. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to say like select, and then followed by name equal to the value. Okay, so of course it's 1 of 1, we can use it. And mostly you have noticed I'm using CSS, not the XPath, because we can use anything. That doesn't really matter to Playwright, but sometimes CSS is very easy to visually like it's very easy to understand. That's why. Okay, so first of all we'll select the locator. So for that, of course, page.locator, the locator value, and we'll store this as a states. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to do the multi select. How to do? It's very simple. The same thing, we have to select select options. Instead of single, we have to pass like array. So here I can select new, then followed by string of array, and then I can pass like multiple values. Okay, so for example here, let's say that I want to select the New Jersey. Let's go and copy this, then followed by I want to grab this Texas. Let's copy and paste. Okay, 2 is enough, I guess. So let's go and run this now. Okay, so if I scroll down, you can see like both New Jersey and Texas are highlighted. That means of course it is selected. For verification, you can just click like get all selected, and you will get this. Okay, it's not coming, but it should work fine. Yeah, it should work fine. Okay, so anyways, so yeah, that's it. We are pretty much done with the drop down. Now you might have few questions like, how do I know how many number of options are there within this drop down? For example, let's say this one states, right? So within the states, there are like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 states names are there, right? So let's say how to get all those, or how to get the count. Okay, so yeah, of course you can do the same operations on this single drop down as well as in multiple drop down as well. So here we are going to say like states dot, then again we are going to find the locator, and the locator name is going to be your option. Okay, so this is going to return me multiple. If you remember, I have said like the same function can be used as find elements and find elements as well. Okay, so here I can just simply say like sys out, and then followed by options dot count. That means it's going to return me the number of options are there. For example, in Selenium we have like when we find the dropdown, we will get the list of web element, right? So same concept here as well. Okay, and if I want to print all the options text, what can I do? So I can simply say like options, then followed by options dot all inner text. That means it's going to return me all the text, and of course it's going to return me the list of text. Okay, so what can I do is I can simply do the print. So I can say like for each, and this is going to return me one option at a time, and then I can say like sys out, then followed by option dot yeah, option. That's it. Okay, so this is just a lambda expression. If you do not know about lambda, you can just go with the regular for each as well, or for loop as well. Okay, anything is fine. I'm just going to execute. Before that, I'm going to, yeah, let's go and execute this as well. Okay, so if you go to the console, you can see like we got the New Jersey, we got everything. And if I go up, you can see like we have total number of 8 states and all the data. Okay, so in Selenium, the drop down is bit complex compared to the Playwright, I will say, because this looks very easier for me to understand. Okay, anyways, that's just a personal thought. Okay, so we have learned how to handle the drop down. We have learned like how to like select a value based on the value, select a drop down value based on the value, label and the index. And also we have learned like how to handle the multiples. And if you want to read the content within the options within the select drop down, then of course you can use like all inner text, which will return all the text within that particular locator. And if you want to know like number of options available over there, you can use the count. Okay, so that's it, very simple. Now let's move to the jQuery. So this is the typical way of handling drop down. Now jQuery is little bit different compared to the select thing, because here we do not have the select. Okay, so if I go to the elements and if I go and inspect this particular drop down, you can see it's basically span, it's not the select. So of course we have to handle it in different way. Let me show you that. So first of all, we are going to use this one. So here I can see like we don't have much things, but this is the parent. So probably yeah, if you go up, you can see like we have a select as well, but here you can select the area hidden is true. That means we cannot handle this based on the drop down of like the what are the things we have learned earlier. So of course, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this, then we'll get this option. We can go and select this one, or maybe you can just type some data, and based on the suggestion we can do the click action as well. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand the context. Now let's see how to do it. So first thing first, we are going to select this one. So here I guess I can use this class name. Let me just copy this. So span, then followed by this, and it's one of 3. Okay, so there are totally like 3. Of course we can write a better CSS or XPath to find this unique, but I'm just going to show you one more options in Playwright. For example, here we have 3, and if I use this locator, you already know that we are going to end up with strict mode violation exception, but we are not going to do that. Rather, let me show you one thing. So page dot navigate, first of all we'll navigate to that particular site, and then I'm going to say like page dot locator, the locator value, and this is going to return 3. But I can say like I want to interact only with the first, so this will return me only the first web element or the element. Okay, so let me store this as a locator. So this is going to be my country dropdown. Okay, so I will name it like country. That's it. Now I have to do the click action here. So first of all, I have to click on this country dropdown, right? So here I'll say like country, then followed by of course the click. Okay, once I clicked, I'll be able to see this particular thing, right? So let's go and inspect this one as well. What is this? This is Bangladesh, right? So here you can see like everything is based on your UL and the LI. Okay, so we can write a dynamic XPath for this, or maybe something like that. Okay, so the easiest thing will be like passing with the text, I guess. Okay, so for example, you can see like select 2 results. So I'm just going to use this. So yeah, okay, so span dot and then UL and then followed by LI. Okay, so you can see like we have around 11 values. Okay, I'm going to copy this one, and here I'm going to say like page dot locator, the locator value, which is going to return me the results. Okay, so this is going to be my all the results, but we should select the text, not the LI. For example, if you go to this, here you can see like we have multiple LIs, so of course it's a strict mode violation error. But from the li, if I go to this particular li which has a name called Hong Kong, then of course it's going to work, right? So this will become the unique locator. How to do it is very simple. So here I can say like page.locator, then followed by the select two results, the unordered list, the list, and then followed by I can also say like new page dot locator option dot set. You can see we have another three options, has text, and yeah, two options, has and has text. So here I'm going to select has text. So from that particular locator I'm going to select for the text which is India. Okay, then I can say like results dot click, and of course it's now single thing, so results doesn't make sense. Results will make sense, but result is already there, I guess. Okay, already we have used the result, so that's why we are getting error now. So what we'll do, we'll just say like list, and here I can say like result list dot click. Okay, oh yeah, list is also not a good name, but of course you got the idea. Okay, so basically what we are trying to do is, first of all, we are trying to identify that particular drop down. We are clicking on that, and once we click on that, we know that it's going to generate multiple lists. So from the list we are going to target all the li, but where it has a text called India, that only we are going to do the click actions. Very simple thing. Okay, now of course you know how to interact with the input fields, so you can just type. So for example, you can type like Hong Kong, we are going to get the suggestion, then also you can do that, is also fine. Okay, so probably you can try that yourself, and if you have any doubt, do let me know in this comments. Okay, now instead of India, let's go and select like probably like Denmark. So I'm just going to do it like Denmark, and let's go and run this just to confirm it's working fine. So it's basically the chaining concept in Selenium. For example, we can find the element, and from the element we can find another element, right? So that is what we are doing here, but it's little different. So here page.locator, in the sense this is my parent. From the parent I am just finding the locators which has this text called Denmark. Okay, that's it, very simple thing. Okay, I hope you are able to understand how to handle the jQuery dropdown as well. And if you go and see this drop down, so this is basically your select tag only. Let me open this browser. So this is also your select tag only, but within that you have like options group, and within the options group we have like options. So how to handle this also very similar as we discussed earlier. So let me just give you a quick demo for this. Okay, so first of all I'm going to find this particular XPath or CSS. So here we have like name equal to files. I'm going to use that. So here I can select page.locator, then the locator value, and this is going to be my files. And from the files, let's say that I want to select this Ruby, okay, which has a value text called Ruby, right? So here I can say like files, then followed by select option, and here I'm going to pass the text directly, right? Because already I said like we can pass the label or the value. So here you can select the jQuery UI is the value and the text is Ruby. But still if I use this function, it's going to work fine. Okay, so let me go and run this. Let's confirm. So if I scroll down, you can see like Ruby is already got selected. Okay, so Playwright will do the scrolling automatically, but if you want to do it, we can do that as well. We'll learn that in our upcoming videos. Okay, so that's it for this video. Let me give you a quick recap. So first of all, we have learned two ways to handle the dropdown. One is the typical way using the select option function, where we can use the label, text, or the index. And if you want to select multiple, we can do that with the help of select option, the same function, but here the data should be like within the string array format. So you have to select new string of array and then followed by the values. That's it, very simple. Okay, and if you want to know how many options are there within a particular select tag, then you can use like locator of options and you can get the count. Okay, and if you want to print all those for assertion or maybe some other purpose, you can use like all inner text. And we have also learned the jQuery. So it's basically like doing click actions. So first of all, we'll find the locator, we'll do the click action, and here we are using first because there are multiples and we are going to focus on the first one. And then from that particular like once we click on the drop down, we are getting the suggestions, right? So we will find the suggestions. It can be in the list format or any other format as well, and from there we are going to filter a locator with the help of text. So that's why we are using this one. Okay, and yeah, that's it for this video. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments, and the GitHub link will be in the description. You can go and check it out, all the code. Tada, bye bye, see you in the next one very soon. Hello guys, my name is Kaushik and welcome back to Lambda Test. In this video, we are going to learn how to take a screenshot of the visible portion. Also, we are going to learn how to take the screenshot of a full page screenshot. We can also take screenshot of a particular region or a particular element or locator. Then we have a great feature like masking. For example, when we take a screenshot with login page, let's say that we have our credentials on that, right? But sometimes we have to hide the credentials to our client, or maybe when we are giving some demo. So in that scenario, we can use the masking feature, which is really great. And finally, we are going to learn one more small trick to hide the caret symbol. Let's get started now. Let's take this website for our demo. So I'm going to copy the URL. So we are in the day 5 package and the class name is learn screenshots, and we have a main method. Within the main method, of course, like the default thing, we have to say playwright dot create, and then followed by it's going to return me the playwright instance. Okay, the playwright server basically. So here let me name it like playwright, and with the help of playwright we are going to launch the Chromium, and then we have to use the function called launch, and that's going to return me the browser, right? So from the browser we can say like new page, and that's going to return me the page reference, right? That's it. This is how we launch this. Now you have to remember one thing: whenever we deal with the screenshots, we have to close the page reference as well as the playwright. If you don't do that, it won't work. Okay, so of course we have to close like both the object or like all the objects. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to navigate to a particular site. So page dot navigate, and then followed by the URL. That's it. Very simple, right? So here we have to say page dot screenshot, and you can see like we have two overloaded functions. One is going to return the byte of array. We are not going to use that, but we can use that while we are going to embed the screenshot within the report. For example, when we use like reports like extend report, where we can send the byte format and that will store the image in the base64 format. So for that we can use this. But now we are going to see the screenshot. So for that we have to use the second option, that is the overloaded functions, where we have to pass the screenshot options. Let's see how to do that. So first of all, I'm going to create an object for that. So screenshot options, and of course it's a class, so we'll use the new keyword to call the constructor, and then we'll just store this as an object. Okay, then I can say like screenshot options dot, you can say like set path. So we want to store the screenshot somewhere, right? So for that we are going to use the set path functions, and within the path we have to say where the path is going to be. For example, if I go to my project, if I do right click on my project name and refresh, you can see like we do not have any folder related to the snapshot. So here I'm going to say path, and this path is, by the way, from the Java, not from your Playwright library. Okay, so paths dot get, and here we have to pass the URL. So dot slash, in the sense like it's going to be your root of the project. Then followed by I'm going to create a folder called snaps, and within the folder I'm going to create a file called, let's name it like screenshot ser.png or JPEG. You can use any of the format. That's it. Very easy, right? Now, as I said earlier, to save the screenshot, of course we have to close the page as well as the playwright, so that we will see the results, or else you might not see the results. Okay, so that's it. Very simple. I'm going to right click and run as Java application. Let's see the output. It's going to be very quick. It will just open the browser, take the screenshot, and it will close the browser. and it will not also open the browser and close because we are running in the headless mode. That means we can take our screenshot both in head as well as headless mode. So if I go to my project and if I right click and refresh, you can see now we got the folder called snaps. Okay, I'm going to delete this, and just for confirmation I'm going to print the page dot title, so that we'll know like we have launched the browser successfully because we are running in the headless. So just for confirmation, because whenever there is a sysout statement, the console will open automatically or else it won't get to open. Okay, so I'm just going to right click, run as Java application one more time, and here you can see like we got the title, so the console is open and you can see this already terminated. That means of course the program executed successfully. So if I go to my project and refresh, you can see like we got the folder as snap with the name that we have specified over here. So I can open this within the Eclipse as well, but I will recommend you to don't do that. Just go to the System Explorer, and if you double click, of course it's going to open. So you can see this is the visible portion. So like whenever we launch the browser, whatever the things we are seeing, that will be captured. But sometimes of course we want to take the screenshot like full page as well, right? So we can do that very easily with the help of Playwright. So here I can say like page dot screenshot, and within the screenshot I have to pass my screenshot options, and I can say like set full page, and then I have to make it true. Okay, so that means it's going to take the screenshot fully, and also I have to store this in the folder, right? So then I will again select dot set path, and then followed by paths dot get, and you can pass the URL, I mean pass the file location. Okay, so here we'll say like again the same. So within the same snaps folder we are going to create like full page dot, let's go with JPEG maybe this time. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm going to right click, run as Java application one more time. So the script is completed. If I go to the particular folder, and here you can see like we got the full page. So if you want to see within your Eclipse, just right click and refresh. So all the classes, interfaces, the other Java related files will get refreshed automatically within the Eclipse. But when we are dealing with something like this, which is not your SRC packages, then of course we have to do refresh again and again. So here you can see like we got the full page.jpg, and if I open this, you can see basically we got the entire page. That's it, very simple. Okay, now let's say that I want to take screenshot of a particular element. For example, if I go to this and let's say I want to take screenshot of this sign up or maybe book a demo element, right? So let's go and inspect this one, and here let's see if we have anything unique. So the button text book a demo is there, so I'm just going to use that. And here we'll say like page dot locator, the locator value, let's store that as a locator like book btn, something like that. Btn means button. Okay, and then I can say like book dot screenshot, and again I have to pass like screenshot options dot set path and the path. Okay, I'm just going to copy this, paste over here, and let's name this like locator dot png, and of course we have to pass the path within the paths dot get, right? So here we'll say like paths dot get and the value. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done. And here you can see like we're getting some error because we are dealing with the locator, not with the page. So here when I say like screenshot options, it will control the page level screenshots, but when I say like I want to take control of the locator screenshot, then I have to say like new, then followed by not this one, definitely new locator screenshot options. Okay, we are not getting suggestion, we have to do the import basically, but I can do this like this, like locators screenshot options. Okay, so this is what we have to use. Okay, so locator dot screenshot options. And that's it, we are pretty much done. Okay, so what we have used here is like from the locator. So this is basically from your, if you see the import statement, it's like page dot screenshot the package, but this screenshot options is coming from your locator. Okay, remember this. If you want to control the screenshot of your page level, use like page dot screenshot options. If it's going to be locator, then use like locator dot screenshot options. Okay, and rest of the things are very same. Okay, so let's go and run this. So yeah, the script is completed. If I go back to my folder, you can see like we got the beautiful locator bouquet demo. Of course, it's small, but yeah, you got the idea, right? Similarly, if you want to take a region, you can just pass the thing. For example, let's say that we want to take this particular region, the header basically, right? If I go and inspect this one, and this is basically my header with the ID called header, which should be unique, I guess. Yeah, it's unique, so we can just use this. So instead of, okay, let me create one more time. So here I can say like page dot locator, then followed by the locator, and that's going to return me the header. And I can say like header dot screenshot, and within that new locator dot screenshot options dot set path, and within that again the same path dot get, and followed by the location. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste over here, and here I will say like region. So region means it's basically the same locator only, but with wider field. Okay, so let's go and run this. It's very easy. Like in Selenium, we don't have the direct function to get these screenshot options. Of course, we have that in our Selenium 4, but not in the 3. And majority of the people use like 3. So if you see this region.png, of course, you can see like you are able to get a particular region as well. So that's a very simple thing. Okay, so yeah. Now, lastly, we are going to learn the masking. Okay, so for example, let's say that I want to enter some data over here, but what are the thing I'm going to enter? If I take the screenshot, that means I will be able to see that particular thing as well, right? For example, if you go to our first one, so okay, here the input is hidden, but let's see. Okay, so yeah, let me show you that first one. So let's go and inspect this particular text box, and it has a ID called something. We are going to use that. So here I will say like page dot locator, the locator value, and then I'm going to say let me store this first. Okay, and then we are going to enter some data. So input dot type, and we'll say like something. Okay, now when I take the screenshot, it might not be in the visible portion, but since we are typing, I think it should do the automatic scroll. If the scroll is not happening, we can also say like input dot scroll into view if needed. That means if the scroll doesn't happen, we can trigger the scroll automatically. Okay, so with the help of this particular functions, once that is done, I want to take the screenshot of that particular page. Let's say we are going to take the page. Okay, so here I can say like this thing. So let me copy this, and let's name it like input.png. Okay, let's go and run this. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's completed. Let's go to the folder, and if I go and see this input.page, and here you can see like we got the something, but the text is visible. Let's consider this going to be like your some credential info, and we want to mask it. So how to do it is very simple. Let me show you that. But here you can see like we got the full page actually, because like here if you see, we are saying like set path and the path, but previously we also said like set page equal to set full page equal to true. That's why. So if you want to make it false, you can again, you have to say like dot set full page and then false. Okay, or else you can use the constructor again and again, so it will be like reset. But once we have set it, then of course you have to change it one more time. Okay, so now we are going to do the mask, right? So for that, of course, I can say like again like dot set mask, and then I have to pass my list of locators. So for example, I can say like arrays dot as list and then the locator. Okay, so that's it. We are pretty much done. Now let's go and run this. It's very simple. So first we located the locator and we typed, and we are just using like scroll if needed, and then we are taking the screenshot of the particular page where within the page I want to mask few locators. So arrays as list in the sense like, of course it's a list of locators. So I have one, so I have passed like only one locator here. So if you go and if you see the input.png file, you can see like we got the mask. So of course this website, like if you have a website where we are passing some credentials and we want to hide it in the reports or while doing the demo, then of course it's going to be very useful. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Okay, now the last options, we are going to show and hide the caret. So what is show and hide the caret in the sense like, let me comment this for now. We don't want to do the masking because I want to show you that. For example, when I say like input dot okay, let's do like this. I'm going to leave this, and here I'm going to say like input dot click, not clear, I mean click. So when I do the click action, if you see here, this is the caret, the blinking, the something like pen is there, right? So this is basically blinking. So I don't want to take that on my screenshot, then I can say, okay, so here I can say like, so I can say like page dot screenshot, and again I can say like new screenshot options dot, and then I can say like set caret equal to false. Okay, so that means the caret symbol won't be there. Okay, and sorry, not with the boolean, we have to pass like caret screenshot caret dot, then followed by the hide or initial. Okay, so if you say initial means it will show, if you say hide, it will get hide. Okay, so that's it. We are pretty much done, and rest of the rest of the things are very same. So you can again have to say like set path. Let me show you that very quickly. So dot set path, and here I can select paths dot get. So here let's say that caret hide dot png. Okay, similarly if I want to take the caret symbol, I can say like instead of hide, I can say like initial, and let's name it like init dot png. Okay, let's go and run this. Let's see. And we're doing the click action on the line number 51 because once we do the click, then only that particular thing will have the caret, right? So if I go ahead and see this, check this caret hide, you can see like we don't have the icon. But if I go and open this caret, this one, so you can see we are getting this blinker. Okay, so that's the only difference. Of course it's a very small, but the masking is really good options. Taking element and region level screenshot is also very good. Okay, so that's it for this video. I hope you have learned a lot of things only for taking screenshot. Okay, if that helps, do let me know in the comments. I will see you in the next one very soon. In this video, we're going to learn how to generate the test with the help of Playwright Code Gen, and then followed by we're going to learn how to save the test execution as a video format. For example, in test automation, mostly we rely on the test report, where we have the screenshots, and based on the screenshots we can confirm like the expected and the actual. Similarly, if I want to see the flow of my test execution as a video format, we can do that very easily with the help of Playwright. So let's learn both the concepts. Today we are in the day 6, but I have renamed the package to record video so that you will understand the code easily when you see this on GitHub. Okay, and here we are going to first do the code gen. So if I go to the documentation, if I go to like Playwright for Java, then followed by the docs and the test generator, you can see like we have this command. So with the help of this command, we can use the code gen. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that, and if I go to my project, just right click on your project and you can use this option like show in local terminal. Either you can go with the git bash, which I recommend most of the time, or else the terminal. If you don't have the git bash, of course you can use the terminal. Let's use this as well. Okay, and then you can just right click and paste, and here you can see like we have this maven command. So if you remember, when we did our installation video, we have also configured the maven, right? So if you go to your command prompt and if you give -version, you must see something like this. The version doesn't really matter, it can be like 3.8 or 3.9, that is also fine. Okay, but of course you should be able to see this option, or else you won't get this code gen feature. And if you're not getting this, just see our first video where I have discussed how to do this. Okay, now here we have very simple command like maven execution, then followed by the targeted class, which is like your Playwright CLI command line interface, and then we have the argument as code gen, which is used to generate the code, and then followed by the website. So here we are going to give our demo website, which is this one, e-commerce from Lambda test playground. Okay, so let's go and take this particular URL and I'm going to paste over here. Okay, so we are going to perform the login and logout with some editor field. Okay, so when we run for the first time, you might see some additional information like it's going to download few of the packages from the maven repository, but as I already have this, I'm not getting. But if you're doing it for the first time, of course you will see that. Okay, so not a problem, it might take like 3 or 5 seconds. And then you can select we have this Chromium browser. Along with that, we have a new window which is Playwright Inspector. Playwright Inspector is really good, like you can just record, you can find the elements, and we can do few other options as well. Like with this we can do the debugging as well. I will talk about this in some another video. Now let's focus on the code gen. So here I'm just going to give the flow, what I'm going to do, like what my test case is. For example, first of all I will go to the my account, and there I'm going to enter my credentials, the email ID and the password. Okay, so let me copy the email ID from here, and then I'm going to give my password, and then I'm going to click on this login button. Once I am logged in, I'm going to navigate to this particular edit account information section. So I'm just going to click on this, and whenever I do mouse over, you can see like we have this get by role, which already we have discussed. Like there is a get by placeholder, get by locator, get by get by role, get by text, all those are there, right? So I'll explain that in a moment. And here I'm going to give like 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐿 my full, the last name, and then I'm going to click on this continue button. Once that is done, here you can see like we have a success message, like we have to verify this. But of course the code gen cannot write the code to do the verification, so I'm just going to do the click action so that this locator will be there on my code gen and I can modify to do the assertion. Okay, then I'm going to mouse over on this my account, and then I'm going to do the logout. So if I do the logout, if I click the logout button, of course it's going to do the logout. Then let's say that I want to verify this as well, so I'll just do the click action here. Now if I go to my Playwright Inspector, here you can see like whatever we have done now, everything is recorded. So we got the locators, we got the actions like click, the type, the fill, all the actions are there. And beauty part is like this Playwright Inspector can generate multiple language binding. So already we know that Playwright can be written with the help of Java, TypeScript, JavaScript, the .NET, Python, right? So if you go to this target and if you go and select like something else, you will see like we are getting all this thing. So this is the TypeScript Playwright test runner code, which is really good and very easy. But yeah, if you know Java is also going to be very good for you. Okay, then we have the PyTest code, we have the .NET, like you can go with MS Test, NUnit, or the library. So based on a requirement you can generate. So the code will be generated once, but of course you can use that for your multiple language binding as well. Okay, and before closing this inspector, make sure you are going to copy everything. So if you click on this will be like, this will copy all your codes. Okay, copy and then close your inspector, close your browser. If you go to the terminal, you can see it's already ended. Okay, now within the package I'm going to just create a dummy class like login, logout, and then I'm going to paste my code here. And of course I need this one, so let me replace this. Let me remove this. And then what we need, yeah, that's it. Okay, we are pretty much done. This util is not required for now, so I can just remove this as well. And here you can see like we got our entire code. Now here you can see like we have this try with resource. If you do not know, just you can just remove this. Try with resource in the sense like the resource, like the here we can see like we have like playwright and playwright, so this will be closed automatically once the program is done, but we can also trigger that manually. So I can say like here like playwright dot close, which is also works fine. Okay, and few of the things you might notice here new, for example this like area role button. So this is similar to what we have learned already. So for example, if I go to this launch browser, our day 2 learning, so here you can select we have used the XPath. Along with that we have also used this like get by placeholder. Similarly we have like get by role, where we can say like what is this and what is the account, I mean what is the text. For example, I can remove this junk character actually. So if I go to my application, here you can see like we have this my account, and if I go to the login page, here we can select we have a button called login. I mean this is a button with the text login, right? So if you go here, you can see like we have this area role by button, and then we have the text called login. Okay, so this is how we can find the elements. Okay, and here you will notice few of the other things as well. For example, we are doing the click on the email address, but is that necessary? Not really. We can just pass the credential. So I can remove this, and here also for the password, and then we are doing the login. And once we are done with the login, we are just going to like edit your account information section, and last name we don't have to click, we can change this, and I can remove this. So I typed first wrongly, then I just did like left right arrow, and then I changed this to this characters, right? So this things not required, I can simply delete all those. And here we have this button with continue, so we are doing the click action, and then this one, like once we do the changes, we are getting the success message. Do we have to click this? Definitely not. We have to do the assertion. How to do it is very simple. I can store this as a web element. For example, let's name it like success message, and then I can assert that, right? So here I can say like assert that success message, and it should be visible. So I can say like is visible. That's it, very easy, right? Then we have the logout, but before doing the logout, what we have to, we have to mouse hover on the my account, right? So if you go here, you can see like already we have the my account located. So I can just store that as a my account, and here of course we have to do the click action, or also we can do the hover, but let's go with the click here. And here I have to definitely do the hover, not the click, right? So here before clicking on the logout, I will just do like my account dot hover, mouse over option, right? And here we are just verifying the account is logging. So of course click is not correct here, so I'll just remove this, and I'll say like logout header, something like that. So this is my header, so logout header, and this should be visible. So I can just do the assertion one more time. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done. I'm just going to change this to C so that we'll see some changes. Okay, now let's go and run this. Let's see how our code gen is going to work. So it's going to the login page, it's going to enter the credentials, the edit field is done, success message is there, mouse over is done, logout is also done. So the Playwright code gen is pretty good. Okay, so that's it, we are done with the code gen learning. So code gen is what? It's basically going to help us to write the code quicker, but some limitations are also there. For example, it doesn't record the mouse hover states, it doesn't record the interaction with drop downs, and maybe few other things has be there. But yeah, if you start using this, you will find this is really helpful compared to, at least I can say, like, it is better than Selenium ID. Okay, yeah, now we are going to learn the second topic, that is how to record the video. So for example, here we have like browser. From the browser we are getting the new context. Within the new context, what we have to do is we have to, so here we have to select new, then followed by context, new context option. Actually it should be, so new context options dot, and here we have to import this new context option from the browser. So if I give like control 1, and here you can select, we have this suggestion. So it should be like, from the browser we have to import the new context options. We will get the new context options from the API as well, so always make sure you are going to do the correct import. Then we have to set like record video. So this is set record video directory. Okay, so we have to specify the directory, like where we want to set the like we want to store the output. So for that we are going to again use the paths dot get, and then followed by, I can say, like videos. So there will be a folder called videos which will create, and then it will store the things. Okay, and yeah, that's it, actually pretty much done. And you have to close the context as well, so let's do that. So playwright dot close, before that we'll say like page dot close, and then followed by the browser dot close. Okay, and also the context. So first of all we'll say like context playwright dot close, it's enough I guess, but just for safety I'll just use all the three options. Okay, so let's go and run this. Let's see what happens. The execution is completed, so let's go and see our project explorer. Just go and refresh. So here you can select, we got this video folder. Now I'm going to open this in a system explorer, and the format will be like WebM, so like MP4 MP3, like we have this WebM format. So if you go and open this, you can see we got the total execution, but yeah, the clarity is not good, right? So you can see the total execution flow is there as a video format, but the clarity is missing. So what we can do is we can improve the clarity. So for that I can simply say like, after this I can say like set video set record video size. Okay, and here we have to give the video size. So for example we can say like new record video size, and then I can say like 1280, maybe something like that. So here I can say like 1280, then followed by like 720, maybe the ST size. Okay, so you can go and give like other sizes as well, but this is good I guess, so that the videos file size will be also a little less. Okay, so earlier we have a file size around like 560 KB. Now we have like ST 720p video. Let's see what the size is going to be. So that's it. Now let's go to the same folder, and if I refresh, you can see like we got it, and now it's like around 850 KB. So if I go and open this, you can see like now the clarity is good compared to the previous video, right? So this is what I meant. Okay, so that's it. We are pretty much done with the learning. So what we have learned is basically how to generate the test code with the help of CodeGen, and also how to record the video size. And you don't have to do all this, just call the playwright.close. That should also be sufficient while running only one test. But if you have multiple tests, it's going to be different. I will teach that in different video, another video. Okay, so just to give you a quick recap, we can just go to our Playwright website. We can copy this argument, change the URL, you launch this in your terminal. That's it, CodeGen will start working. And to do the record video within the new context, okay, so make sure like when we launch the browser, we know that we will get the browser. From the browser we can use the new context, and within the context we can set like where we want to save our video as well as the video size. Then we'll get the, from the context we'll get the new page, and with the page you know what to do. That's it, very simple. Okay, if you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments. I'll be happy to reply. In this video, we are going to learn what is window handling, how to switch to a new tab, or how to interact with different types of tab. For example, we can have a simple pop-up, or else we can have this new window. So we are going to learn how to handle those. Let's get started now. So let us understand what is window handling. For example, most of the people get confused with the pop-up and the window pop-up. For example, when I click on this book demo button, you can see like we are getting some kind of like pop-up, right? So this is not your window handling concept. This doesn't comes under the window handling concept. This is just a model alert, we can say. We can just interact with this without switching our focus to different tabs. But when we have something like this, for example, when I click on this follow on Twitter button, you can see like we are getting a separate tab. So this tab or window, both are technically same in terms of browsers. So we can just call it like a tab or a window. Okay, so technically both are same, don't get confused. But this one is different. This is your window, not window, I mean this is your pop-up model, whereas this is your window tab or a separate window. Okay, so this is just like the basic, we are getting one tab at a time. But if I click on this, for example, if I click on this particular button, you can see like we are getting multiple tabs as well, right? So here we can see the Facebook page, and here we can see the Twitter. And if I click on this follow all, you can see like we are getting another tab as well. So this is our Lambda test website, this is our Twitter, and this is our Lambda test Facebook page, right? So we can handle one or more tabs or more windows at the same time. It's going to be very simple, and comparatively it is very similar to Selenium. But in Selenium we have like switch to driver.switch to window, we have that function. But here we don't have to do switch, rather we can get the page context, and based on the page context we can switch to different tabs. Now one more confusion will be there in Playwright, that window handling concept and the browser context concept both are same. I mean both are very different, don't get confused, both are very different. Okay, so when I say browser context, that will have its cookies, its cache, its sessions, all those stuff. Okay, but when I switch to a new context, there the previous context won't share any data. So I will talk about that more in detail in our next video. Today we are going to focus on the window handling concept. Let's get started now. So we have a package called window handling, and within that we have a class called learn window handling, and of course we are using the main function, but maybe in future we can go with the TestNG as well. So first of all we have to launch the Playwright instance. So for that we can say like playwright dot create, which is going to give me the Playwright instance, and from there I can say like playwright dot chromium dot launch, which is going to give me the browser. So from the browser I can say, let me rename this to browser. So from the browser I can go with either new context or new page directly. I will tell you the difference in the next video, and this is going to return me the page reference. Now with the help of page, of course we can navigate to a particular site. So here we will give our demo page, and then I'm going to click on this particular button, right? So let's go and inspect this one. and here we can see like it's within the A tag, that means it's a linked text. So if it's linked text, we can just use the get by text. That will be very easy. So here I can say like page dot get by text and the text, and of course we are going to perform the click action here. Okay, so once I do the click action, we are going to get the new page, new window, new tab, right? So for that, of course, we are going to use the listeners concept here. So for example, I can say like page dot wait for pop-up, and then of course we have to use the lambda expressions, and here semicolon. So we are going to wait for the pop-up. When we are going to get the pop-up, in the sense like when I click on this particular button or the link, so this is going to return me the new page. So we can name this like pop-up for now. Okay, now I just want to print the pop-up title, so I can do like sysout then followed by pop-up dot title, which is going to return me the title. Okay, so if you want to close the pop-up, you can call the functions like pop-up dot close, and then of course we have to close the playwright as well, but we will do that later. Let's go and execute this. So this is kind of like your activating things. For example, here we are waiting for a pop-up. When the pop-up will comes, in the sense like when we do the click action here, so then it is going to return me the new tab reference, and from there I can do the actions. Now if you go to our console, you can see like we got a blank console because the title is not print. But you might ask me, hey Kaushik, I didn't also see the browser because it's running in the headless mode. So if I want to run in head mode, then I can say like new, then followed by launch options, then followed by dot set headless, and I'm not getting any suggestions because I have to import this. So you can just give Ctrl+1 and enter, then it will be imported, and then you can use like false. Okay, now here is one issue. For example, if I go and open this particular tab, you can see like the page will load, but when it loads for the first time, there won't be any title. So it's basically like your dynamic thing. So it will load and then it will give us the title. So how to solve it is very simple. First of all, we'll say like pop-up dot wait for load state. That means we'll wait until the page loads completely. Okay, now if I go and run this time, you can see like we are going to get the page title. Okay, so here you can see like I just open the lambda test Twitter the tab, and if I go here, you can see like we are getting the text as Twitter, but I mean the page title as Twitter. But if you go and see here, it's basically like your Twitter and then followed by lambda test. So we can wait until that page title changes. So this is your kind of dynamic concept from this particular page. So if I have to handle this in Selenium, I will go with the explicit wait. We can achieve the same in Playwright as well, but that is not necessary. A better way to handle this is basically using the assertion. So of course we are going to use the assert to do the verification, right? So for example, if I go and click on this, I know that it's going to give us something like lambda test and something. I can just go and inspect. I can grab the page title. So if I go here and if I go to the head, if I go to the title, yeah, so here you can say we're getting this. I'm just going to copy that, and here I'm going to use the web first assertion of Playwright. So for example, I can say like playwright dot assertion, yeah. So I have to do this import, and let's make it like static import, and here I want this particular function. Okay, and here I can say simply like once the page, we will wait for the page to load, then we are going to type the print the title. Before that, I'm just going to use like assert that, and then followed by the page, and then followed by the has title function as title, and then followed by the string. Okay, so that means we are using the web first assertion from Playwright. So it will wait until that particular title is going to change, and then we are printing. So of course we'll get the same. Okay, now just to make sure, we are going to also print the main page title here. So page dot title. So this is our like the first sysout statement is as like our main page, and this is our pop-up window page. Okay, so you might ask me, hey Kaushik, you said that pop-up is different and the tab is different, why are you using pop-up here? So here pop-up in the sense like the particular page that is opening, not the book demo pop-up. Okay, so this one is different. This is not your window, this is your HTML pop-up, whereas this particular guy is your window pop-up. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand. And if I go, I'm able to see some error, and it says like I received Selenium grid online. Okay, yeah, because I have used the page, but of course we know that that particular title is different, right? So here you can see like Selenium grid on, this is the main page title. Here we are checking for the Lambda test, which is the pop-up title, right? So we can just replace this with pop-up. That's it. Now let's go and run. So in Selenium we have to do the switching concept. So we'll have like only one driver object, and based on that we have to do the switching, and we can use the driver object anywhere. But in Playwright it's very simple. So if you want to interact with this pop-up, you can go and interact. If you want to interact with the main page at the same time, of course you can do that. How? It's very simple. For example, here if I go and so here you can see like we got the exact title. Okay, so let me close this very quickly. Yeah, so for example, I have the pop-up access here, and if I want to do something with the page, of course I can do like page.click, I can pass the element, all the steps are possible. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand. I just have given the demo for the title, but of course, you know, based on the pop-up you can find any element. For example, I can say like pop-up dot locator, some locator, and then followed by like if you want to get the text content, if you want to do the click action, probably you can do everything. Okay, so I'm just going to show you that very quickly. For example, if I go and inspect this guy, let's say we are going to click on this particular thing called the link text, I guess it's a, yeah, it's a basically the link text, I guess. So I can just yeah, login is the text, so I can just grab this. Okay, so for example, let me pop-up dot get by text, not testd, it should be text, and it's login, and I'm going to do the click action. Okay, so once I do the click action, you can see the page title turns to login to Twitter, right? So yeah, but we can see that visually as well. So let's go and run this. Let's see. So here you can see like we got the login page because the login element is key. This is how you have to interact with the tabs. Okay, so this is very simple concept. Of course, we have only one tab, so we are able to handle it. But how I will handle if I have multiple tabs? For example, if I go to the page and if I go and click on this follow all, you can see like we are getting like 1, 2 and 3. So we are getting totally like 3. Let's see how to handle this as well. Okay, it's going to be very simple actually, but we have to use the pop-up option. Let me show you that. Okay, so let it be here. So I'm just going to comment this code for now. And here, so first of all we'll say like page dot get by text, and the text is follow all. Okay, you can inspect, that is recommended, but sometimes you can just type as well. Yeah, so when I click on this particular guy, it is going to give me all the pages, all the pop-ups, right? So of course I have to use the page for wait wait for pop-up. So here I will say like page dot wait for pop-up, and then the lambda expressions, and we'll move this here. Okay, so this is going to return me all the pop-up. So I can just store this here, like it's going to be my, like, let's name it like tabs. Okay, so it's going to return me the tabs, but I want to know how many tabs it have opened, right? So for that, what we can do is we can simply say like tabs dot context, and from the context we'll get all the pages, which is going to return me the list of pages. Okay, so here I can just sys out like pages dot size. So it's a list. Of course we know the list interface function. Size means it's going to return the number of tabs open. Okay, so I'm going to run this. Observe carefully what happens. So it clicked on this follow all, and you can see like we got like 3 pages. Okay, so but if I go and here you can see like of course we got the same answer like 3. Okay, now one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to print all the page title. So here we have this pages, right? So what can I do is I can simply say like pages dot for each, which is going to return me one tab at a time, and from that tab I'm going to just print the page title. So tab dot title. Okay, so yeah, let's see how we are going to get all the tabs. Okay, so if I go and see here, you can see like we got this time 2. So previously we got 3, this time we got 3. Why this is happening in the sense like because the load issue. Okay, so when the page loads a bit slower, it basically doesn't give us all the titles or all the correct size. So what we can do is we can use the wait for pop-up options. For example, here I can say like new then followed by page dot wait for pop-up option, and then I can use the function called dot set predicate, where we are going to say set predicate, and here we are going to say like how many pages are going to or tabs are going to open, and we are going to wait for that. So for example, here I can simply say like I am expecting 3 pages to wait. Okay, so here I can say like page dot context. From the context I can get all the pages, and I'm expecting the size to be 3. Okay, so and of course I have to return this, so I can just remove the curly braces over here, and it should be double equals. I'm going back to the JavaScript. Yeah, okay, so this is the syntax. So basically like let me explain it very clear to you. Okay, so this is our lambda expressions, where we are saying like we want to click on this. So once we click on this, we are just waiting for the pop-up options, and we are using the predicate in the sense like it will wait until this particular things is going to result. That means here we are using the context. So similarly here also we have used the context, right? So context means it will tell us from the context how many pages are there. So here you can see like we are saying the same pages dot context dot pages dot size, and if it's 3, then we will return or we'll get these tabs, and from the tabs I can just use. Okay, even if I have to precise, I can also say like tab dot wait for load state. That means like it will wait until the page is also going to load. Okay, I'm just going to run this and let's see. So if you do not know about the JavaScript, the lambda expressions, the predicate, you might find this little difficult to code, but I think you should start learning the lambda expressions and everything. So here you can see like we got our size as 3, and we are getting all the particular the title. So yeah, that's it. That is how you have to handle a single tab or a single window, or else this is how we can handle the multiple. Now of course you might have doubt like, hey Kaushik, you're just doing the loop and you're printing, but what if I want to interact? So it's going to be very simple. So basically we are getting the list of pages, right? So for example, I can say like pages dot get of 0. That means it's going to return me the first window, and then I can say like, let's assume that Facebook is going to be my first window, so I'll just name it like FB page. And similarly, if I'm going to get the Twitter page, let's name it like tw, and that's going to be my first tab. Okay, so 0, 1, and the last tab is basically your lambda test page. Okay, now you might also ask me, how do you know whether it's a 0 or not? So of course you can write a if condition. You can just change the value. For example, okay, let me show you. So for example, I can simply say like, if the pages of get 01 dot title is going to dot equals, you can say like dot equals, or also we can say like dot, and so it's something like that. And what was the title? Not this one, I guess. Yeah, if it's going to be this lambda test, let's just focus on the Twitter probably. So I can simply say like Twitter, then I can just assign this, right? So that is how we usually do. So here I can just create this one, and if it's Twitter, then of course I can say like, I can do this here. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand this now. Or else it's going to be like your, you can write a else condition, or else it's going to be like your FB page, where it's going to be like pages dot get of 0. Okay, so that's very simple. So we'll just check the title, and based on the title we will have, and you're getting compilation error. Let me finish it off. Yeah, so that's it. This is very simple. So I hope you are able to understand this, and this is, we are getting warning. We can just yeah, so basically once I use this, that will suppress the things. So if we page dot URL, and yeah, that's it. So this is how we have to use, and let it make it learn so that we won't get any exception here. Okay, so we can check the condition, and based on the conditions we can trigger. And mostly don't worry about this, we won't get much multiple pages on the same website. Mostly it will be like 1. In worst case scenario it will be 2. This is just for demo, so I'm just using multiple things to make you understand, but this is the proper example. This is what we face in our real-time example. If you are getting more than 2, then of course you should talk to your UI UX designer and probably ask to change the implementation, because that is the worst case scenario. As a user, I will not prefer to work on multiple tabs. There might be situations where I have to, but most of these situations I will be avoiding that. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand the concept. Let me give you a quick recap. So first of all, we are going to use the page.wait for pop-up. That means we'll wait when there is a pop-up. So here we are just doing the click action on a particular element, and we are getting the pop-up. From the pop-up we'll wait until the pop-up loads, and then we will just do whatever the stuff we want to do. And of course always you can say like, for example, if I uncomment this, if you want to close that particular pop-up, you can say like pop-up.close, and at the end of the script, of course you should always close the Playwright so that it will release all the resources, or else it will be running in the background. Okay, so yeah, that's it from my side. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments. I'll be happy to reply. In this video we're going to learn what is browser context, how to open a new tab, and also we're going to learn how to open a new context. Let's get started now. Let's see the official documentation of browser context. So it provides a way to operate multiple independent browser sessions. For example, this is my browser, right? So if you take this website as an example, if I go and log in with my credential, of course I'll be able to log in, and here I can see like I'm able to see my account. I can edit my informations, right? So if I copy the same URL, and if I go to my new tab, and if I open this, basically I will get the same information. So the session is going to carry forward to all the tabs. Doesn't matter how many tabs I open. Even if I open a new window, let's say that we are going to open a new window, and if I go to the same URL, as let's copy and paste over here, then also of course I'm going to get the same session, because the browser is basically like sharing the data across all the tabs and the browser. But if I go to my incognito mode, the new private window, and if I go to that particular URL, of course the sessions, the data won't be carried forward, because this is a new session. So in the new session, of course, we can't expect the previous credentials, right? So how this is useful in the sense, like, consider you have an application where you have to check your admin side works in a browser, and at the same time you want to do something from the user side. So admin will have some privilege, like they will have like all the read write, all the access, whereas a user will have right only view mode or the read mode access. So I can open a browser with my admin access, and then I can open a new browser with my user access, where I can do the testing between both the users without like carry forwarding the sessions. Okay, so that's the one example, and of course you can have multiple examples as well. For example, consider a chat application where the bot is going to respond, and here the user is going to uh, type, right? So all those scenarios we can easily achieve with the help of Playwright browser context. So in simple terms, it gives us independent browser sessions. Okay, so of course it's like incognito mode. Okay, so let me show you the real-time example with the same example as I have shown here. So first of all, I'm going to copy the URL, not this one. Let's log out. Yeah, so we're going to take this login URL. Okay, so here we have a package called browser context and a class called learn browser context, and then we have the main method as usual. So first of all, we are going to invoke the Playwright drivers. So for that we have to say playwright dot create, and it's going to return me the Playwright reference here. Okay, so from the Playwright reference I can say like Chromium. So if you want to launch the Chromium browser, you can go with the Chromium or Firefox or WebKit. We have discussed all those earlier in our earlier videos. Okay, now of course I'm going to say the launch, and then for by within the launch options, within the launch I'm going to give the launch options. So you can use Ctrl+1 to do the import, and then followed by set headless and false, so that we can see the browser, and of course it's going to return me the browser reference here. Now always I said that we have two options. So from the browsers we can either go with the new page, that means I will get only one browser at a time, or else I can go with the new context. So new page in the sense like it internally uses the new context, but when I say new context and new page, that means I'm trying to get multiple context here. Okay, so this is going to return me the browser context here. So let me name this as context. Now using the context I can go with like new page, that means I'm going to give my page here. So page in the sense like, if you know Selenium, it's like your driver object. The page object is basically your, like, to find the locators, to do the interactions, everything we use the page object here. So here I can select page.navigate and then followed by the URL. Okay, then of course I can log in, right? So here we can see like we have a label called email address. So I can just copy and I can say like page.getBy label and the label value, and then of course I use the function type to pass my credentials. So let me copy and paste over here. Similarly I can also get this one, so page.getBy label or by the label name and then type, and the pass $123, I guess. Let me check it quickly. Yeah, it's passed $123, which is correct. Okay, and then here we have this button, right? So if I go and inspect, if you see, this is not button, actually this is input, but we can treat this as a button. How to do it is very simple. Here we can say like page.getBy role, and then we have to pass the area role equal to this same like button, so we'll say button, and then forward, actually the button and input tags are like responding in the same way. Okay, and here I can say like new getBy role option, and of course use Ctrl+1 enter to do the import, and then followed by set name, and the name is going to be login, right? So if you notice something, we didn't inspect any of the element, we just write our code based on the label and followed by the button here. Okay, so that's it, we are pretty much done. Now what we can do is we can simply do some assertion. So once I do the login, if I go to my this page. So here I can say like I have this my account. If I find this, it's basically 4. That means of course it's a duplicate. So I will go with this particular information. So yeah, if this is 1 of 1, of course you can write XPath and you can find it in the DOM, but since it's Playwright, we can do in this way as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say like page dot locator, and the locator is going to be like sorry, it should be text. So get by text, and the text is this one. Okay, so this is our edit, let me name it like my account. Okay, and of course we are going to do some assertion. So first of all, we'll import the Playwright assertion, and then here we'll just make it like static as usual, and here I will import this particular function. Okay, now here I can say like assert that, and the locator is my account, and we are expecting this to be visible, right? So is visible is the function. Okay, and lastly we'll just close the playwright.close. Okay, let me not use that now so that I can show you the demo. Okay, so let's go and run this. Let's see what happens now. So here the login is success, and we can also see like edit your account information is there. And if I go to my console, so of course, and here you can see like we don't have any error. That means of course it's right. Let me stop it and let's go back to our code. Okay, now I'm going to, so we understood that we have launched our browser, we have our correct credentials, and we have logged into in our account, right? Now if I open a new tab, the login should persist in the new tab also, right? So let's see how to open a new tab. So to open a new tab, we have to use the page dot context. Then from there I can say like new page, or else I can directly also say like context dot new page. Okay, so both will do the same thing. So let's go with the page dot context dot new page, which is readable, I guess. Okay, so this new page, in the sense like it's a new tab basically, so it's going to open a new tab here. Okay, so whenever you see the page, that means it's a new tab basically. Okay, so here we got this new tab, and from the new tab I'm going to navigate again. So new tab dot navigate, and I'm going to use the same account thing. So this particular, like once I logged in, I'm able to see this account. If I let's go to new private window. If I go to this particular site, you can see like it's basically going to redirect me to the login, because it's a private session. This is incognito mode or private mode, and here we don't have these sessions. But in this case, since we are launching the new page, that means new tab from the same context which already we have used, so we are expecting it should be logged in. And again I can assert this one. So basically like I can see the same edit my account information label to be there. Okay, so let's go and run this now. Let's see. And it's asking me to save, so you can just do check this. That means before each and every execution your files will be automatically saved. So this is my first tab, and login is success. It's going to open a new page, that is new tab, and here you can see like we are able to get the same thing because the sessions are used by the same context. Okay, so this thing you understood. This looks very simple to you, so I believe you are able to get it. Now the actual concept of browser context. So now let's say that I have this browser, right? So this is your one browser. Now I want to open a new browser. Okay, so for example I can say like let me use this space. Yeah, so browser dot new context. Again I'm going to use the new context, which is going to return me another context. So let me name it like context2, and from the context2 I'm going to open a new page, which is going to return me the new page reference. Let me name it like user page, something like this, just to understand. Okay, now from the user page I'm going to do the navigation, and I'm going to navigate to the account page. Okay, that means I'm expecting this to be logged in, but of course we know that this is a new context, so it won't be logged in. It will be like your what we call that, it will redirect to the login page, right? So let's go and confirm that. So here I'm just going to run this. Okay, let's go and run. Watch carefully. So what is the difference between context.newPage and browser context.newPage? So here you can see like we are getting another window. So this is basically like your tabs. So within the same browser we are getting multiple tabs, whereas this guy is basically your new window itself. Okay, so that is the difference between new page and the new tab. I mean, here you can see like the new page from the same context we are using the new page, of course then it will be same. But when I say browser.newContext, that means we are getting another window which is not having any of the previous data. Okay, now you might ask me, hey Kaushik, but you have launched both the context in the same browser, like within the Chromium. Can I do it for multiple browser? Of course you can do, but understand the flow. Okay, so here we have this playwright.create, which is going to give us the playwright drivers through which the communications happens. So this will be like your one-time process. You just create the playwright reference or instance only once and you close it after all your test. Now coming to the browser context, we can open this as many as one. So this browser context we have learned. The remaining is the browser. So this browser is going to refer to the Chromium browser only. But if I want to launch in multiple browsers, I can do that still. So here I can say like instead of playwright.chromium, I can say like playwright dot, let's say Firefox, which is going to return me the Firefox browser here. Okay, so instead of like this basically like your Chromium, instead of Chromium, this is going to be like your Firefox. And again the same thing, from Firefox we can open a new context, from the context we can open a new page. So new page in the sense like we can have like multiple new page where it's a tab within the same browser where it is going to carry forward the sessions, the cookies, all the data. Whereas new context in the sense like it will not carry forward any of your data, it will just create a new session of your browser. Okay, so that's it for this video. I hope you are able to understand the difference between new page, new context and the browser. Okay, and one thing you have to remember, mostly we can go with like browser.newPage, which is correct, but some things are very specific to context. So in that scenario we have to use the new context. We cannot directly go to the new page. Now, for example, within the browser context you can say like we can add the cookies, we can clear the cookies, we can clear the permissions, and few other things are there. So if you want to do the routing from HAR, you can do that. You can set the timeout. If you want to set the locations, we have to go with the context. This might not be available within the page. Okay, so that's the only difference. And here of course we can close each and every context, each and every page. So for example, here I can select new tab dot close, so it will close my new tab, and then of course you should close the context as well, which is very recommended. So once the context is done, you can just close it. Okay, and similarly of course you can close this, you can close this, and finally make sure you always close this or else it will waste your RAM a lot. Okay, so always close this one. Okay, so just to show you that Firefox we are able to launch successfully, I'm just going to bring a Firefox.new Firefox.launch, and we can use the same code. So let me just copy and paste over here, and from there I'm just going to bring the new page just to show you. Let me name it like Firefox page, and I think this will show you the browser but with a blank, but I guess you will get the idea. Okay, let's run this and check. So this is my first browser and logged in. I got a new context. This is my another context with same Chromium browser, and here I don't think we have closed this one. yeah, and this one you can see the Firefox launched and it closed very quickly. Okay, so yeah, that's it. I hope you have cleared all your doubts when we have to use the context. In this video we're going to learn what is debugging and how to achieve debugging with Playwright, and also we are going to learn how to find locators using the Playwright. For example, we know that in Chrome DevTools we can find the CSS or the XPath, but there are certain elements or certain locators or finding strategies which are very specific to Playwright. So for example, if I say like get by placeholder or get by link, get by role option, so we won't get that locators in the Chrome DevTools directly. So we have to find those with the help of Playwright Inspector, and Playwright Inspector is also used to do the debugging. When I say debugging, there are two types of debugging basically. One is the flow of your code. For example, let's say that we have this particular main method and we have this Playwright create, we are launching, we are doing navigation, and we are clicking on this my account, and then we are entering our email or password, and we are doing the login and few other steps, right? So if I want to know my flow of my, if I want to know the flow of execution, then probably I can set the debug point in the Eclipse itself. Like here I can just go and double click this particular line number that will set a debug point. Similarly, I can set my debug point in few other places, and then I can just go and do like step over, resume button, all that we can do, right? So that is one kind of debugging, where we'll also know, like for example here we are getting the success message and I want to see the success message in real time. Then of course I can debug till here, and then I can get the value, and that will be really easy, right? Another way of doing debugging is basically finding the locators. For example, here you can see like page.getByRole, which is link, and it has a name called this one. So this type of things we cannot find in the Chrome DevTools directly. So for that we are going to use the Playwright Inspector. Playwright Inspector is very easy, but in Java we have to do some additional step. I will teach you that as well. Okay, so let's get started now. So as I said earlier, we have this main method. I'm just going to right click, run as Java application. I'm just going to check whether the code is correct or not. If it's wrong, we'll try to fix it up. Okay, so it's went to the home page and login page, and then it entered the credentials. It's going to change the last name, I guess, and then it will just click on like continue, and that's it, right? But here you can see like the browser got stuck and there is a failure. Okay, so the failure will come after the Playwright timeout, that is 30 seconds. So here if I go to the console, of course we are able to see the exception now after the 30 seconds, right? And it says like Playwright timeout error. Most of these scenarios, as I said in previous videos also, mostly in Playwright we get the timeout error, but if you go to the message you can see like what is wrong with it. So here we are getting like we are trying to find a placeholder with the value a last name, which is wrong, so that's why the script failed. Now I want to find that, right? Of course I can see like here is a last name, but assume that there are certain elements which we do not know and we have to debug it. So let's go with the basic Java debugger, which is like we can use the Eclipse for that. So I'm just going to right click, and already we have a few debug points. So I'm going to right click, run as, not run as, we have to do like debug as Java application. Once we do that, Eclipse will suggest us to switch the perspective to the debug. So we can just give switch, and now our view is changed. So here in this left hand side you can see a few of the threads running and all the right. So you can see like the browser got launched here with the blank page. Now it's stopped in the line number 22. So if I click on the step over, don't use step in. Step in will basically go inside your method, and this is not our method, this is the Playwright method, so we might not understand all the code. So I will suggest you go over this step over. I will suggest you to go use the step over. But if you're using something like page object model and you want to see your methods, how it's going to react inside your methods, then you can obviously use the step in. For Playwright default functions, just click on the step over. So here you can see like we have now navigated. Now it's going to find the my account. So you can see like this is the my account locator. So if I go and mouse over on this my account locator, now you can see like it says it's a role which is button and the name is my account, right? So if I go and see, here is the my account, but we are not see anything visually, right? So if I go and do the click action, of course the click action is going to happen, and now it's navigated to the login page, right? So similarly, I'm just going to do it quickly. Step over again, it's going to fill my username, I mean the email address, and again step forward, it's going to fill my password, and again step over, it's going to click on the login button, right? So now it's navigated to the another page. So here also we have same thing. So let's go and click on this resume button. Okay, so I'll just quickly go to the next step. Now here is the thing. So this is the line number 38 is the wrong value. We know that because the placeholder here, let me remove this, the placeholder here is last name, but here we have like a last name, which is technically wrong, right? So now if I give step over, let's see what happens. So it's going to the fill function, but of course the locator is not there, so we will end up with an exception. So yeah, that's it, right? So this debugger will not help us much. This debugger will help us to read the Java values. For example, in the line number 44 we have the success message, right? So if I want to see what this message is going to return me as a string, like not a string, of course this is your like your message, the locator, from the locator we are using the assert, right? So in that case, of course it's going to really help us. Okay, so let's see how to use the Playwright inspector and how it's going to help us. Okay, so Playwright inspector is really easy. Just we have to say like, let's say that once I launch the website, I want to bring up my inspector, so I will say like page.pause, and that's it. This will return the Playwright inspector. So if I go and run this as a Java application, we don't have to do the debug. The Playwright inspector will do the debug. Okay, so we have to just use like run as Java application. Even if you are using TestNG, you can just say like run as TestNG, that should also fine. Now here you can see like we got the Playwright inspector, but unfortunately this is empty. If you use the same in TypeScript, it will give us all the source code. Of course we can achieve that in Java as well, but not in a straight way. We have to do some modification. I will tell you that, but before that let us understand. So here you can see like we have this record option. If I want to record my test, of course I can do that, but already we have learned the recorder as a video as well, I guess, right? So this is basically the script recording thing, and this is the copy button, this is the your resume button, and this is pause, and this is the step over. So if I click on this step over, you see now it says like get by role option my account, and if you go here you can see in the UI that red color dot is basically where your locator is. So if I click on this, it's going to perform the click action, and then of course it's going to go to the next page where we have like email address. So if you go and see, I have this placeholder by email address, right? Now we can see the visually like in which locator is going to perform the action. So if I click step over, you can see now we are getting the get by placeholder password, and the login is also there, right? So similarly we can see each and every actions. Now it's going to perform the click action, so red dot is there, and also it's highlighting the particular locator. So if I go and click on that, so now here is our problem. So get by placeholder a last name, and we can see like in the page UI we do not have any kind of highlight. That means of course it's a wrong. Now just in case, if I go and change this to L, you can see it, which is correct, and it had identified the correct one, right? Similarly I can go and pick a locator as well. So if I click on this pick locator, and let me drop over here, and you can see it's giving me this particular thing, get by role back. And of course we got error, we got the error after 30 seconds because this particular guy is wrong. So this is the beauty of Playwright inspector, but without seeing the source code it's really tough to judge it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you how to attach the source code as well. It's going to be very easy actually, but we cannot do like right click run as Java application directly. We have to do for certain things. Okay, so I'm going to change the perspective to Java. So it is like, since we are doing the debug, it's in the debug perspective. Now we are going to switch to the Java perspective. Now if I go to my package explorer, so first of all I'm going to make use of the Maven profile to achieve this. So Maven profile basically works on the src main Java, not on your src test Java. I'm just going to copy this package and move to the src main Java so that we can use it, and I'm going to delete it from here, so we don't need this anymore. Okay, the same thing here as well, and I'm going to, okay, let it be as it is. Yeah, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the playwright, sorry, not playwright, I'm going to use the pom.xml, and within the pom.xml I'm going to add something called profiles. So here you can see like we already have the dependencies where we have added our playwright dependencies, and then we have the build where we are using the Maven compiler. So if you remember our very first setup video, you might aware of this, right? So after the build I'm going to use something called profiles. Yeah, so after the build I'm going to use something called profiles, and as the name suggests, profiles means of course we can have like multiple profile within that. The one profile that I'm going to use now is your debug profile. So I'm just going to copy this. Do not worry about it, I will leave the link in the description, and of course I will explain as well. Okay, so first of all we have this profile, and within this we have given the name as debug. It can be anything, just a user defined one, so I have named it like debug. And within that we have this build, we have plugins. So similarly you can see here as well we have some build and plugins, right? So we are going to use something called execute Maven plugin, and we are saying like we want to run our Java file which is within this particular package and particular class. Okay, so that's it, very simple, nothing much here. Once you do control save, it will okay, so here we have this one opening of profile and we have to close that. That's why we are getting error. So let me close the profile. Okay, so once you save that, you should not see any error. So that is how you know that it's correct or not. So that's it, we are pretty much done. Now one more thing we have to do, we have to execute this with the help of Maven command. Okay, so if you go to the documentation and if you go to if you go and search for example the playwright inspector, and here you can see like we have to do one changes here. So first of all we are going to say which terminal we have to use. So if you have git bash, you can use this particular command. If you are using PowerShell, you have to use this, and if you are going to use the batch, you have to use this. So batch is nothing but your default command prompt. Okay, so within the Eclipse, right click on your project and then you have to say like show local terminal, and here you can see like we have two options. So since I have installed the git bash, I'm getting that. In your case you might see the terminal. Okay, so click on the terminal, and here what we have to do is we have to set this thing. Okay, so first of all set playwright debug and control V won't work, so right click and then use the paste, and here we have to say the Java source. So for example our Java source is basically within the src main, right? So here we will say like src/main/java. Okay, that's it, we are pretty much done. Next thing, we have to set the debug as 1. So this pw means playwright debug 1. This is useful because we want to debug, so the timeout will be obviously long. So the default timeout is 30 seconds, so we want to override that. So when we say like debug playwright debug 1, that means it will disable the timeout. Okay, and then I can say like nvm test, that's it. So this will basically run my test now. Which test is going to execute? Of course the test that we specify within the here, right? So here we have said like debugging, right? So that one we will get. And if you go to the console, you can see like first time it will obviously download few of the Maven dependencies, and it says like build success. That's really cool, but I'm going to execute this one more time. Let's see. Yeah, sorry. So mvn test, and then followed by we have to say like we are going to run this particular profile, right? So for that we have to say, where is my terminal? Yeah, -p and then followed by debug. So that particular profile we want to execute. So now you can see it's going to run our test, and the playwright debugger is also there. So here you can see like we got the debugger now, I mean Playwright inspector. Along with that, we got our source code as well. So if I now click on the step over, you can see clearly like what exactly it's happening. So let me maximize this. Yeah, so now you can see we are in the page.pos. I'm going to click on the step over. So basically it's going to click on the this guy, mount my account.click, and you can see the highlight, the very same thing. So I'm just quickly going to step over on most of these steps. And here you can see when I click on this like placeholder a last name dot fill, I'm not able to see any of the highlight. That means of course this is the wrong one, and I know that I want to take this particular locator, right? So what I'll do, I'll just click on this PK locator. I will drop on this, and here you can select we got this new get placeholder by last name. I'm just going to copy that, and if I go back to my script, and I can just change it here. Okay, I'm going to paste and replace that one. Okay, that's it. Now I'm just going to close my debugger. I'm going to stop the execution as well. You can use Ctrl+C Y to close it, CLS to clear the screen. And then if I go and give the npm test dash debug profile debug, now it's going to again do the debug. Okay, so we have to set the source and the playwright debug equal to 1 only once for a terminal sessions. If you close your terminal entirely, then again you have to set it out. Okay, so let's go and click on this resume, maybe resume. So it will just go without any page.pos. And of course we don't have to go step over always. Wherever the page.pos is there, for example here you can see like we have this page.pos, so it just stopped. Now if I go and click on this resume button, so it will just go till it find another page.pos. So if there is another page.pos, it will stop there. So you can consider this to be like your debug point in your Eclipse. Okay, so now we can see we got all the things correctly. Okay, now another particular good thing about the Playwright inspector is that of course we can find the locator as well. Along with that, if you want to record your test, you can do that as well. Let me show you the demo quickly. So yeah, let me go and load this particular page first. And by default, when we say like page.pos, since we have the debug equal to 1, that means whenever it's launched the browser, that time it will do a first stop, and then if it's find the page.pos, it will do the second stop as well. Okay, and the continuous whenever it find the page.pos. Now let's say that I want to record my script. Okay, I'm just going to do something else. Okay, so I'm going to say like I'm a new customer. I will go and click on this continue, and then I'm going to enter my first name, let's say Rick, and I'm going to click on this continue. I'll be expecting some error. I will click on that. That's it. That's a very basic flow. Okay, now here you can see that we got the example as a class name. We got the main method. We got try with the resource. The playwright create is there, and you can see basically we got the script. So this is my Java script, right? So I mean, yeah, JavaScript. So if you want to change the script, you can just go and use the test runner, which what I recommend to most of the people. And if you want to use the library, Node.js library, you can get that. If you want to get the code in your N unit, the C# thing, of course you can get that. If you want to use your PyTest, of course you can use that. Okay, so that's a very cool thing about the inspector. So once we record, we'll get everything. So let's go with the library, the Java thing, and I can just simply use this copy, and I can probably create a new class, and then probably I can paste it, I can execute it. That's very simple things. You don't have to write much code, you can do that very easily. Okay, so that's the beauty of Playwright debugger, also the Playwright inspector. Okay, so I hope you understood the concept of debugging and how to use the Playwright inspector, how to find the locators, how to continue with the script and do a record as well. Okay, so please remember, this will work only if your files are within the src main Java. If it's within the src test, it won't work. Okay, and don't forget to add this in your pom.xml, or else you won't able to do the debugging. And of course here within the main class, you have to say your package name and your class name. Okay, So that's it for this video. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments, and the link of this particular file and all the resource will be in the description. Check it out. In this video, we're going to learn what is JavaScript alert and how to handle the alerts using Playwright. And also we're going to learn one more topic called HTTP authentication. It might not be similar to your handling alert, but it looks very similar to alerts, and most of the time in interview we might get this question, so I'm going to cover that as well. And then we'll learn how to handle the toast or notification elements. Might not be a practical demo, but I will give you a few hints. And lastly, we are going to learn the difference between on dialog and once dialog. So let's get started now. So first thing first, we'll go with the documentation. So if you go to this playwright.dev/java/docs/dialogs, I will leave the link in the description. You can go and read if you want more information, but of course I'm going to cover most of the things. So first thing you can notice that by default Playwright will dismiss the alerts. So for example, if there is an alert and if you haven't handled it, Playwright will dismiss that. But most of these scenarios in testing, we don't have to dismiss. Rather, if it's a confirmation box, we have to give like accept or dismiss. And if it's a prompt alert, of course we have to give some input. So based on that, of course it's going to work, right? And by the way, alerts are very old technology or techniques, I can say. In most recent website you might not see the alerts, but of course it's good to know and good to learn as well. Okay, so by default alerts will be dismissed, but we are going to learn how to handle if there is any alert. So first of all, what is JavaScript alert? So if you see here, we have three types of alert majorly. So we have this simple alert, which will have only one button, that is OK. It can be like accept as well as dismiss. Both the functions will be applicable here, but based on the implementation the outcome might be different. And here you can see like we have a text called I am an alert box with a exclamatory symbol. So we can read that, but above that we have something like www.lambdatest.com, right? So basically that's the browser feature. We cannot read that text, but we can of course read this text if you want. Okay, and then we have the second type of alert, which is confirmation box. That means we will have two buttons. One is the OK and another one is the cancel. And then followed by we have this prompt where we can give some data, and based on the data it can give us the output. For example, let me give my name here, and if I accept, that means OK, and you can see we have this, you have entered the name, right? So that's it, very easy. This is what JavaScript alert. Basically we have three types: simple, confirmation and the prompt. Things to keep in mind: whenever there is an alert, we cannot do anything other than this. For example, if I go to my page and right click and try to bring the DOM, the inspect things, we cannot do that. So once we handle the alert, then only we can move. So for example, if I go and click this book a demo, of course I cannot do that because your JavaScript alert is blocking your entire thread. So we have to handle this, then we can do any other action. So it is very important to handle the alerts. Now let's see the demo. So here we have our basic Playwright code. Of course you know this, so I'm going to not repeat, but of course I will give you a glimpse. So first of all, we'll create the Playwright instance. That means we are hooking up our Playwright to launch the browsers and to do all the interactions. It's basically like creating a server, right? And then we are going to launch the Chromium browser. From the browser we'll get the browser type. With the browser type we can say like what are the things we want to do. Mostly we'll get the new page, and of course we want to see the output, so we'll say the headless as false, and that is going to give me the page object. From the page object I can do the navigation, which is this particular URL. Now I have to click on this, so click me. All the buttons have the same names. Of course it might not work with Playwright locator directly. It will give us like multiple, what we call that, duplicate element font, something like that. Yeah, I don't remember the name, but yeah, okay, let us check that. So I'm going to Control plus to maximize this. So here you can see like we have a button called click me. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to find in the DOM. So of course we have like three elements. Just to make it simple, I'm going to show you how to find the multiple elements as well. Okay, so for example here I can say like page dot locator, and the locator name is basically click me. Okay, so we can write this as a XPath, or else we can also go with Playwright locators. For example, text equals and within single quotes the text value. Okay, I guess it should work. Let's see. But this is going to give me actually multiple locator. For example, let me save this So here let me save this like buttons. Okay, and I'm going to say buttons dot clear. Of course it's a buttons because multiple things are there. So let's go and run this. Let's see the exception. I'm sure we'll get the exception. Let's see. It says like removed unused browsers, and yeah, so you can see we got this error and it says like strict mode violation. Yeah, this is what I meant. So that means we have 3 elements, so we cannot use the button. But of course we know that from the buttons we can extract any button. For example, if I want to click on the first one, I can say like dot first, and then I can say click. That means it's going to click on the button. Okay, the first button. So we have totally 3 and it's going to click on the first. Similarly, if I want to click on the last, I can use the function called buttons.last.click. And then if I want to click on the center one, I can say like nth of position. Okay, so here you can see like we got a blue highlight. That means of course the click has happened, but since I said that alerts are auto dismissed, it is actually appeared and dismissed automatically, so we cannot even see that. It's fast. So I don't want to dismiss, I want to read the text and then probably I can do my own action. So how to do that? It's going to be very simple. So now let's see how to handle the alert. So first of all, of course, we have to go and click on the first alert, which is triggering the event of to make appear this alert box. So we have to capture the event, right? So here I'm going to say like page dot once dialog. Okay, so there are 2 functions. One is once dialog and another one is on dialog. I will tell you the differences, which is recommended to use. Of course, this one, the once dialog, I will tell you why. Okay, so here we know that we are going to get the alert, and then I can say like alert dot probably accept. That means of course it's going to click on the OK button. So I'm going to run this. Before that, let me close my browser as well. Playwright.close, just to save some memory, and just to show you the output, I'm going to use the not this one, page dot wait for timeout, and let's wait for like 3 seconds and then I will just close. Okay, so this timeout is not required actually. I'm just using this is similar to your thread.sleep, I can say, so that I can show you the output and then it will close the browser. Okay, I hope you understand. Basically we don't need that. Yeah, so let's go and run this. Let's see what happens. Okay, so here you can see like the click me is in highlighted blue color, something like that, because it clicked on and we got the alert, but we couldn't see because of course it's very fast and we cannot see this. But I want to know whether the alert appears or not, so I'm just going to print the text. So what I will do, I'll simply say like alert dot message, which is going to return me a string, and I can print that. So sysout, then followed by the message, the variable. Okay, then I'm going to do the accept. So here I can simply call this message, I mean alert dot accept, and alert is user variable name. You can have it like dialog, alert, A, B, whatever you feel. Okay, so I'm going to run this now. Let's see. Okay, so here you can see like in the console we got something like I am in alert box. After the wait for timeout, it's going to close the browser. Okay, so this is how we have to use the alert. Now let's go with another example. For example, I don't want to accept, rather I want to dismiss this. So I'm going to take the second guy, which is confirmation box, where we have this press a button and I can click on OK or cancel. So if I click on this cancel, you can see we got like you pressed cancel. So of course you can go and do the assertion, but just for the sake of demo, I'm going to use this guy as printout. Okay, so I'm going to copy this actually one more time, both the lines, and I'm going to paste here. Okay, and then I'm going to change this to nth function, and I'm going to give like 1. So 0 means first one, 1 means second, respectively. So it's basically indexing. That means of course it starts from the 0. Okay, and of course we want to print the text, so here we'll just do the sysout. So sysout, then followed by page dot locator, which is this guy. I'm sorry, not this guy. So we have to copy this ID and I'm going to make it as CSS, so hash then followed by the ID. And of course we want the text, so we'll just use the function called text content. Okay, and instead of accept, we'll do the dismiss and then go and run this now. Let's see. And we have error. We'll fix that. So I missed a semicolon, sorry for that. Let's go and run this now. Okay, so after the timeout, of course it's going to close the browser, and you can see like I'm alert box, that is our first text content of the alert, and press a button is the second alert text, and then we have the we have pressed the cancel, so we got this. So if I go and do the accept now, so it will basically give me the sys out as like you pressed accept, something like that. Okay, so if I go to the console, here you can see like you pressed okay. So instead of accept, it said like okay, which is correct. Okay, so we learned another way of handling alert as well, I mean another type, which is prompt box. So in the prompt box, basically we have to give some data. For example, I can give my name and I can click on this okay guy. So if I click on this, of course I'm going to get this right. So let's handle this. Okay, so I'm going to use the paste.once dialog once again, and here the same line this also. So let me paste over here, and instead of nth2, I know that there are only 3. So first one already we have handled the center. So I'm going to use this last function. Basically it will go and click on the last available locator. Okay, and here of course we have to type something. So how do I type? So we have like accept method, and we have like accept with string. That means of course it's overloaded functions. Then we have default value. If you want to read something that is available on your alert box, so for example here you can see like we have the center name. If you want to retrieve them, of course you can use this function called default value. And then we have dismiss to dismiss the alert. We have message means of course to read the text. So this text, please enter your name. If you want to read this, you have to use the function called message. If you want to read, which is inside your text box, not text box, it's a prompt box, then you have to use the function called default value. And if you want to know the type of alert, for example, it can be like before unload, it can be confirm, it can be prompt. So if you want to know the versions, you can probably go and use the function called type. Okay, so I'm going to read this as well as this. Let's see how to do that. So let me come back here. So already we are printing the message, which is fine. So we are going to do the accept, but before that I want to read the value, right? So I will just say like system.out.println and then followed by alert.default value, and here of course it's overloaded, so I can pass my name. Once that is done, I want to read that. So you have entered something. I'm going to prompt this has ID called prompt demo. I'm going to copy this. Actually I can copy this, paste over here and change this one. Easy peasy, right? Yeah, so yeah, I think it should work fine. Let's go and check this. The prompt alert, I guess we can see at least, because we have to type something, so it might be there for few milliseconds. No, it's not there, it's freaking fast. But yeah, you got the idea. So you can say like please enter your name, that is the message, and enter name, this is the default value. Okay, the best part of Playwright is this default value. If you want to read the default value, we can do that in Playwright, but if you take the Selenium, there is no way to do that. I bet you, okay, I don't want to bet you, but as per my knowledge, there is no way, there is no function to read that. Maybe some JavaScript things we can insert and we can do, but yeah, there is no default way or default function to do that. Okay, yeah, coming back to this, so this is how we have to handle the JavaScript. So what are the learnings here? By default it will be auto dismissed if you do not use this paste.once dialog or paste.on dialog. And what is the difference between on and once? Okay, so there is a function called one dialog. Let me use that. Okay, so here I have a function called one dialog, on dialog, not one, it's on. Now I'm going to run this. Let's see what happens. Actually we'll end up with an exception and I'll tell you the reason. Yeah, So here you can see like we got the exception, and if you see the cannot accept dialog, which is already handled. Okay, so that means basically it's giving us all the text that we saw in previous execution also. That means the script is running, but the way we are handling alert is wrong here. So as the name suggests, once dialog means it will handle the dialog once and then it will destroy the object. So for example, yeah, so here we have handled this, and then we are saying like on dialog. That means this will be handled and it will be destroyed. This alert will be destroyed. When I come to this on dialog, it will have the dialog, it will handle and it will stay in the memory, it won't get destroyed. So next time this is actually not useful. So that means like it is just triggered, the event is triggered once, like events can be triggered multiple times, but the listener is already there. So here it will do the accept. So this is not going to work. Okay, so once, in the sense like it will just do the handle and it will destroy the object. So we have to again handle the alert, in the sense like again we have to use the same functions like once dialog. But if I have on dialog, that means it is like your global thing. Whenever there is an alert, it will just do that. It is very useful when you have to do only one set of actions. For example, if you want to accept irrespective of what the alert is going to be, you can just write it on your top of your page, and whenever there is an alert in the web page, it will just go and handle it. But in our case, if I have like multiple alerts where sometimes I have to dismiss, sometimes I have to type a data, then I should not go with the on dialog, rather I should prefer this once dialog. So that is the difference between once and on dialog. So is there any way to turn off this on dialog? Yes, of course we have. We can use the page.off dialog, but you have to write the consumer and you have to pass this, which will be unnecessary, I guess, or which will be, you have to write some more code. So instead of that, use this once dialog, and I will recommend you to use that as well. Okay, so that's the difference, and this is the functions we can handle it. Now coming back to the second topic, which is similar to our alert but not an alert. For example, if you go to this the Internet Hero 𝐂𝐤 example, if you click on this authentication, so here you can see like it giving us kind of alert like accept and dismiss kind of alert, but this is not your typical JavaScript. This is your HTTP authentication. So here you have to give the username and password. So if you remember, here I said like we have only three types of alert, which is simple, prompt, and confirm. If you go to the prompt, you can see like we have only one text box. So this is of course your JavaScript alert. But if you come to this one, here we have username and password, which is definitely not the correct one. So here I'm going to give like admin, which is the username and password. If I click on the sign in, so here you can see like we have like digest auth, and the URL will become something like digest auth, right? So how to handle this is very simple in Playwright. I'm going to give you a quick demo. So let me change this to once dialog. Okay, and once the script is completed, I'm going to use the same script. So before the closure, I'm going to say page.navigate, and I have to pass this URL. Basically, what is this? Yeah, this one. Let me copy the link address, I mean. Yeah, so if I go there, I have to pass my username and password, right? So how to do that? We can do that easily with the help of browser context. So here you can see like we have the browser context, and we have to use the new context options where we have to pass the HTTP credentials. I'm just going to copy this guy, and within my new context, so where we are launching the new context, actually we are not launching the context, we are directly accessing the page actually. So that's not a good way. Actually we have to use the context, and then from the context we have to set the page. Okay, so I'm going to do that very quickly. So let me do it here. Okay, so browser type dot new context, not from browser, so it should be like from your yeah, so here I have to select new context, and within the context I have to pass this guy. Control Shift O to import, and then we can use the new page. That's it. Okay, now let's go and run this. Of course, both are different script. Just to save your time, I'm using the same class. You can practice in different class. Okay, so the click action is done here, and it should navigate to the another page, and then it's failed actually. Yeah. Okay, the credential is wrong actually. I copied from there directly, so it should be admin and then followed by the admin. And now let's go and run this one more time just to check. And it navigated to that page successfully, and it closed actually very soon. So I'm just going to print the title, maybe like, so if I go to this, even I can go with the basic auth page as well, so it will ask me for the credentials. So let me go and copy this URL. Yeah, both are same actually in this implementation at least. If I give the correct credential, I can say like congratulations message will be there and the basic auth header will be there. So I'm just going to inspect and see what we have here. We have this S3, right? So I'm going to print that text. Okay, so sysout, then followed by page dot text content, I guess. No, use the page dot locator, and locator is h3, and then we are going to give the text content function. Okay, now let's go and run this. You can also use like page.text content, and within that you can pass the locator, but that is not a recommended way to use in Playwright. You should always find the locator first and then do the actions with the help of locator. So you can see like we have this basic auth. Just in case if I don't pass my HTTP credentials, let's see what happens. So I'm going to comment this 2 lines. Now let's go and run. It's not running. Okay, I have to close this bracket here. Yeah. Now let's go and run this. So here you can select, it's giving us that particular HTTP credentials alert, kind of alert, not alert. So yeah, that is how we have to handle this using this particular browser context. Okay, so I hope you understood how to handle this as well. Okay, now the last topic is how to handle the notification or toast message. For example, if you go to my website letcode.in, and then if you go to the login, and if you give your credentials and do the login, in the right hand side you can see something like this. Okay, this is not your alert, this is just an web element. So for this, don't think like you have to use the page.once or on dialog. It's basically web element. I mean, in terms of Selenium, it's a web element. In terms of Playwright, it's a element handle. Okay, you can just go and inspect, and you can find this, and you can do something like wait for, or you can use like text content, something like that. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video. I hope you understood the HTTP authentication as well as how to handle the different types of alerts. So if you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comment section, and all the code examples GitHub repository link will be in the description. Go and check it out. In this video, we are going to learn how to run our test script in the cloud machines. For example, so far we are executing our script with the help of Java main method, and mostly we are running in our local machine. But if you want to expand your test, like if you want to run your test on multiple browser versions, multiple browsers, or multiple Windows or Mac or any other OS, then preferably cloud execution will definitely help us. So we are going to use the Lambda test for that. So we'll first learn the basic script execution, how to run the script in the cloud, and then we'll learn how to install the TestNG dependencies as well as TestNG plugin. So with Java main method, we can execute only one file at a time, but with the help of TestNG, without any much code changes, we can run our script in parallel, as well as we have all the features of TestNG like priority, dependency, depends on method. We have the XML file, it will give us the report, right? So already I have talked about the TestNG in our Selenium playlist. If you have watched that, you will definitely know the TestNG, or even if you know Selenium with the TestNG, the TestNG concepts are going to remain the same. So I will skip the TestNG part, I will just show you the integration part. And then we'll also learn the lambda test capabilities. So how to set the browser, how to set the windows, how to set the version. We'll learn all those in detail. And finally, we'll see how to run our script with the help of TestNG in the lambda test platform. Let's get started now. So first of all, we are in the running on cloud. We have a package. Within that, I have two scripts. One is the basic Java method and another one is the TestNG. We'll see the TestNG in a bit. Let's learn about the basic of the lambda test, right? So first of all, what we need is basically we need the user name and the access key. So you can get that easily from your lambda test account. So if you go to like your accounts.lambdatest.com/dashboard, and if you go to this user and if you go to this like account setting, so here you can, and if you go to the password and security, here you can see like you will get the username and you can get your access key. Just copy and you can set it in your environment variable as well. For just this demo, I have stored it as a string. Okay, then you have to add some capabilities. Now we need this JSON object for this. So it is very similar to in Selenium we have used the map, right? So similarly we can use also the JSON object, and here we have to add the properties. Okay, so what is the properties in the sense, like for an example you can say what is the browser name and then followed by the browser name. Okay, and these are like your key and this is your value. Value can be different, like it can be like Chrome, Firefox, WebKit, like that. So for example, here we have the examples like Chrome, we have Microsoft Edge. If you want to run on Playwright Chromium, Playwright Firefox, or the Playwright WebKit, you can just give the string. But this browser name is case sensitive and it is your key, so it should be same as it is. Then we have the browser version, latest in the sense like whatever the Chromium latest version we have, it will execute. Then we have the platform, and here I'm using Windows 10. You can go with Windows 11 or Mac, Ubuntu, whatever you prefer. And this is the name, so what type of name you want to give to your test. And then we have this build, and then we have the user where we have to set our username and the access key. And then followed by we have like capabilities, which is also another JSON object where we will say like lambda test. LT stands for lambda test, and here we are saying like options, and we'll add this. That means it's like your JSON object. If you're familiar with the JavaScript, you might know like we have the curly braces where we'll write our JSON, we will write our objects. Similarly, we are trying to achieve that in Java with the help of JSON object. So basically it is like this is your parent key and these are all your child key. Okay, child keys and value, of course. Yeah, then what we'll do is very simple, the same code as we write all our Playwright test. So first of all, we'll create the Playwright instance using the playwright.create method. Then here we'll say like playwright.chromium. So doesn't matter if you're going to launch the Firefox, WebKit, or any other, it should always be like playwright.chromium. Okay, from the Chromium, what we'll do, we'll use the function called connect. So usually we say like playwright.chromium.launch, and then we just change everything, right? Here instead of launch, we have to use the function called connect. If I have to show you previous example, so here you can select playwright.create, and from there we use the Chromium, and from the browser type we say like launch and headless new page, everything we used to do, right? So same thing, but instead of launch we have to use the connect, and here we have to pass our Chrome dev protocols. Okay, the URL. So it's very simple. So this is your this will be provided by the lambda test itself. So wss cdp.lambdatest.com playwright, and followed by the capabilities. What are the capabilities? Capabilities already we have. This is our capabilities, this lambda test options. So we are using URL encoder. That means if there is any space, basically we have to encode the URL, right? So we have to say like modulus and then followed by s, like those. So all those will be taken care by this encode functions, and of course the character is going to be like, character format is going to be like your UTF-8, which is standard. Okay, so here we have this capabilities to string, and then we'll just do the encoding, and that we'll pass it here. That's it, very simple. Other than that, if you see from the browser, we are getting the new page. From the page, same, whatever we want to do, whatever we have learned so far, the same thing. So page.navigate, and we have a locator, and then we are typing something, and then we have this enter, and then we are getting the title. Now based on the title, we are doing some assertion. Here is small changes, is basically we have a function called set test status. If I go inside this, you can see like we have page.evaluate function, and here we have some string interpolation, string manipulation basically, right? So you can just copy paste this. This is just to know the lambda test platform whether my test is getting pass or fail. So here you can select set test status. Here it's basically pass. If the title match, of course it's pass, else it's going to fail. Okay, so instead of assertion we can use like this as well. We can also use the assertion as well. Okay, so here we can select title match, title not match, and then we have to pass the page, the original page object. Okay, and of course we are within the try catch. If there's anything wrong, we'll just print the error message, and also we'll use the set test status. And finally, of course, we have to close the browser. We have to close the Playwright instance as well. That's it, very simple. Now if you go to your lambda test and if you go to your automation, so we have a lot of options there. You have to go within the automation. So here you can select blank as of now. If I go and execute this, let's see what happens. So it will not run in my local machine. It will of course execute in the lambda test platform. So you can see the same if you go to the automation and yeah, it's actually completed. Let's see. Yeah, so here you can select Playwright Java build 2. What is this build 2? Basically here I have mentioned like this is my build version. So you can consider this to be a like module as well. And within that we have Playwright test, which is this one, the name of the test. Okay, and if you go here you can see like it says title matched because we have said here. So if the assertion is correct, of course we will get to see that. And the status is passed. The total duration it took us around 14 seconds, and you can see like it is the latest version of Chromium, which is 118, and it's running on the Windows 8 second, and it executed 18 seconds ago. If you go and click on that particular test, so here you can select we have the command like whatever is done so far, and we have the network tab. If there is anything you can enable it. So by default it will be disabled. You can just simply select network and true, and that will give you the networks. Okay, so similarly for performance, for logs, and you will get all the informations. Okay, and here of course the video is there. If you go and click on this, it will show you the execution. The test script is very simple. It will just go to a site and it will type something, and that's it. It's very simple actually, but you get the idea. So you can have like as large or as many as test script you want. Okay, yeah, that's it. Now let's go and understand few of the things. So for example, I don't want to run in my Chromium browser, rather I want to run in some another browser. How to do it, right? So if you go and Google like lambda test capabilities generator, you'll end up with the first link, and here you can see. Okay, so for example, what is the language? Of course we are using Java, and we are going to use the TestNG, and even though we are not using Selenium, it's going to be very same. Okay, so for example, you can see, you can select which browser you want to use. For example, let's say we are going to go with the Firefox, and the version is 118. And then if you want to give your build name, if you want to your project name, you can give all this thing. But what we need here is basically we need the we have Playwright Android capabilities as well. If you want to generate, you can use that as well. Yeah, so here you can see like we have something like platform equal to Android. So instead of like Windows, you can give like Android. That should work fine. Okay, so only thing here I have to change is this thing. So I can just get this. So you can use the hash map or the JSON object, anything is fine, but go with the JSON object. That will be easy to do the encoding of the URL. Okay, so what I have to change here is basically the browser name. So since it's Selenium, it's giving like Firefox options equal to new Firefox, but in terms of Playwright, you have to give like your Firefox. So I will just go and change this capabilities to like Firefox. Let's see if it's correct or not, or else of course we'll end up with an exception. So yeah, so here it says like Firefox not supported internal services. Yeah, it should be pw Firefox, I guess. Let's copy and paste over here, or it should be lower little f, I guess. Yeah, If it's running in Chromium, that means of course it will support all the browser, but as part of the cross browser testing, it is a good idea to at least test once. Okay, so here you can see like again it's running the Playwright build 2 because we didn't change the build number, and here you can see like we got the Playwright test, and now it's a Playwright Firefox. That means the nightly build of the Firefox. Okay, so it's still running and it should be completed. Yeah, and Firefox is always slow, so it will take like 25 seconds compared to the Chromium execution, that is 14 seconds. Okay, so I hope you understood the basic execution part. Just you have to give all your capabilities and you have to say like chromium.connect. That's it, very simple. It is similar to your Selenium grid concept where we have to use the remote WebDriver and we have to pass this particular WSS. So same thing here also. Okay, nothing major. So this is our basic script, and this all very easy. Just you have to give your data, based on that the execution will begin. Okay, now we are going to learn the same but with the help of TestNG. So let's take a look how to install the TestNG plugin. Once the plugin is installed, we are going to add the dependencies as well. Okay, so if you go to the pom.xml, and here you can see like already I have added 16.14.2. you can go with the latest version as well, that is fine. Okay, so add this dependency, save your pom.xml file, and it will download the dependency. If you already have the dependencies in your M2 folder, that's fine, or else it will go and download once again. Okay, once that is done, let me go to my TestNG demo test. So here you can see like we have the TestNG demo test which extends the Playwright connection. I will come to that in a moment, but let me show you the test script. So here we have the same test script. It will just go to the DuckDuckGo website. It will type something like lambda test and it will give the enter. Then we are checking the title. Okay, so let me enable this. Yeah, so for now I'm just going with the basic, but in the upcoming videos I will take a long script and I will try to run those in multiple browsers with multiple parallel execution as well. So this video is just to show you how we can connect our test script to the lambda test. In the upcoming videos I will give you a long demo where I will try to run in multiple OS and multiple browsers as well. Okay, so here we have our basic script. I hope you know this, so I don't have to explain you more. So let's go to our capabilities. So here I have a file called capabilities. So it's a best, like you can just bring your capabilities to a separate place where we can set everything. Okay, so this is basically our static function, get default capabilities, and the same thing like Chrome browser I have, Windows 10 I have, and the build number, everything is there. Okay, now apart from that I have a class called driver where we have our getter and setter. Not setter, just the getters. Okay, so here you can say like we have this Playwright browser page, and within the constructor we are receiving all this and we are setting the values. Okay, so this is very simple. We might have done the same in Selenium as well. So if you want to get the Playwright, use the function called get Playwright, which will return the Playwright object, and we have the get page and we have the get browser. That's it, very simple thing, right? Now the final class is my Playwright connections, where we will create the connections. Create connection in the sense like basically we will initialize all our values, all our objects. So same thing here, you can see like playwright.create, where it will return the Playwright instance. From there we'll say like playwright.chromium.connect, and we'll pass our CDP Chrome Dev Tools Protocol URL, and that URL will consist all your endpoints, the WSS lambda test endpoint with the capabilities. And what is capabilities? Capabilities is basically we are saying like where we have to run our test, in which browser, in which platform, I mean the OS, all those we are getting. So same thing, Like in our basic script we have learned, like we have passed the capabilities directly. Here we are just calling the function. That's it, very simple thing. Okay, and then we are setting like we'll get the new page. Now we have to use this page to run our script to call all the functions, right? So we will just in the constructor we'll set like playwright browser and the page. So this is my create connection function, and similarly I have close connection. So if we creating a connection, of course we have to close it to save the memory, to save the results, all those, right? So first of all we'll close our page, then followed by the browser, then followed by the playwright instance. And here I have a reusable function called set test status, which is useful for the lambda test. Okay, now if I go to my actual test script, so of course our test script will extend the playwright connection class, and what we'll do is in the before method we'll just create the connection. In the after method we'll call the close connection. Okay, that's it, very simple. So first of all we have like driver, we'll just declare it, and then we'll do the initialization, and whenever required we'll call that. So from the driver we'll get the page, and from the page we can write all our functions from the playwright. Okay, so that's it, very simple. Now of course you can run from the same class, or else you can create it as a TestNG XML file, which I have already done. If you don't know how to create it, it's very simple. Just go to your test class, TestNG, convert to TestNG, and just give next. That's it. Okay, you can have one or multiple as well. So if I go to my XML and if I go and run this now, let's see what happens. Of course it's going to run, there is no issue in that. So let's go and see for the build. Yeah, so here you can select the build name is TestNG, playwright TestNG build. That's why we are getting a new section now. And then within that we have the same playwright test, and of course it's going to run and it's going to complete. So let's see if it's getting failed, what will happen. So as of now the status is passed. Now I'm going to make a mistake intentionally. So for example, let's fail this. Okay, I'm just going to remove this DuckDuckGo, and I'm going to select lambda test at. So since we are using the equals, of course it will go to the else and it will mark the status as failed, right? So let's go and check that. So it will again run within the same build, and here you can see like yeah, so now this is failed. Okay, if you go to the particular test and you can see the error message like title not matched. Where we are getting this from, where we are getting this in the sense like we have mentioned that in our set test status. So title not matched, hence the test script got failed. Okay, so of course you can play the video and you can see even you can download the video, all those things are there. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video. I hope you are now clear how to run our TestNG test as well as the Java main method. Of course we don't use the main method in our real time. We'll go with any of the test execution framework like the JUnit or the TestNG, preferably the TestNG. If you want to run the same in JUnit, it will be very same, just the import will be from your JUnit. Okay, so let me give you a quick recap. We have this create functions which we are calling within the before method, and we have the close connection which we are calling in the after method. So before each and every test your before method will get execute, after each and every test your after method will get execute. Okay, and that this is just your test script. You can get the page from the function called get page. Okay, so if I go within the create connections, here you can say like the same again, the same thing, nothing much to repeat here. So we'll create our playwright instance, we'll pass our capabilities, and we'll pass the capabilities URL with the connect function, and we'll create our new page, and then we'll set it in the driver construction. What is driver? Driver is basically a clean way of writing code. You can use your all your getters, so that we'll set our object only once and we can use that in across the script. Okay, so in that way we will also avoid some parallel execution issues as well. we'll talk about that maybe in the upcoming videos. For now, I think this is pretty good. Okay, if you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments, and all the code will be in my GitHub page. I will leave the link in the description. You can go and check it out. In this video, we're going to learn what is Jenkins and how we can use that. We'll also learn how to do the setup for Jenkins, and we'll see few Maven commands and how to set up that in our existing Maven project. And also we'll do a project setup in the Jenkins console, and then followed by we'll learn how to schedule a job using Jenkins. So what is Jenkins? Jenkins is an open source platform that is used by developers and the DevOps teams to create and execute the test as an automated software. It is a tool that supports CI and CD, that means continuous integration and continuous development. As an automation engineer, how we use Jenkins in the sense like we have to schedule our jobs in the Jenkins portal. For example, let's say that we want to execute our test in a daily basis, or maybe based on a periodic. For example, let's say that I want to run early morning 4 a.m. and then again I want to execute all my tests in the night like 10 p.m. Of course, I can achieve that with the help of Jenkins. So it's going to act as a scheduler for us. So let's see how to do the installation. So if you go to the official website jenkins.io, there is a button called download. Click on that, and there are multiple options are there for like we have this regular releases which will be released weekly, and then we have this LTS. Go with the LTS because that will have like minimum bug, and also it will be stable to use. And there are multiple ways to install the Jenkins. You can download the Windows exe file and you can install in your system. Also, you can use the Kubernetes, Docker, and few other things as well. But I will recommend you to go with the WAR file. What is WAR file in the sense like it's a Java archive file, but it is for web. Okay, so that is what WAR, web archive file. So click on this Java generic Java package, and it will ask you to download will be prompt. So once downloaded, you can use that file, of course. So the download is completed. Now let's go into the folder. So here you can see like we have a file called jenkins.war, right? So I'm going to bring up my command prompt in this particular location. So go to the address bar and type like cmd. That will give you this particular command prompt. So we'll learn how to extract the war file and use this, but before that, two preconditions are there. Make sure you have the Java. So if I give like Java dash version, it will, in my case it's 11. If you have the 11 version, that is recommended. Don't use the latest version like 20 or something. Just go with the 11, that is really good. Okay, and also you should have the Maven dash version dash v, I guess, Maven. So Apache Maven you should be installed. Any version is fine, but yeah, go with the 3.9 or similar. Okay, and if you're not getting both this, then probably watch the first video in this particular playlist where I have mentioned how to install the JDK as well as the Maven. Okay, now we are going to extract the war file, and that will come as a web application for us. Okay, and it will be served in the local host. Jenkins basically use the concept like server side, that is like Apache Tomcat, to act our machine as a server. Okay, generally we don't use Jenkins in our office machine or your personal machine because it will consume a lot of memory. It is mostly deployed to our server machine, or maybe like you can also host in AWS or Google console, wherever you want. Okay, but definitely not in our machine. We are doing this just for our learning purpose, and mostly we don't do the installation as well. If you are lucky, you can do that, but mostly DevOps team will take care of that. What we exactly do is basically we just give our local project path, or maybe the GitHub project path, and we will just do the scheduling. Okay, I will talk about that in a moment. So first of all, you have to give like java dash jar, then followed by jenkins.war. Okay, so this is the command to run your Jenkins, and it runs in the port number called 8080, localhost 8080. MySQL or SQL also run in the same port number like 8080. So if you already have the same, like the SQL is there, 8080 might not work for you. So you have to change the port, which is very easy. I will attach a video graphics here, you can see it. For the first time, it will take few minutes to extract all the files and execute the var file. So you have to see the console. So this is basically our consoles. Here you'll see something like Jenkins is fully up and running. So in my case here, you can see like we got the message. Then go to your browser and type like localhost, then followed by colon 8080. 8080 is the default port number, and of course we can change that. So here you can select, first of all it will say like unlock Jenkins. That means you have to get the password to unlock it, and password is available in this location. You can copy that, go to new tab and paste it and click enter. You will get the secret key. Copy that and come back here and paste. Okay, that's it, very simple. I repeat, you have to copy this location, open in a new tab, you will get the secret key, copy that and paste over here, then click on continue. And of course I want to save this password, so I'll just name it, username should be like admin, and this is the password, update password. Save in your browser. Of course it's my personal, so I can do that. And then we have two options, install suggested plugin or plugin. We can select and install. I'll go the default one, install suggested plugins, which will be easy for us, and it will take few minutes based on your system capabilities and your internet speed. So wait and see for the result. But just in case, because of any network issue or some other issue, if any of the one is getting failed, no need to worry about it. It's commonly known issue. We can install that plugin separately if that is our requirement. Okay, so here you can see like already Git is there. If you are going to run your test script from the GitHub repository, then of course we need this. And also we have like Ant and Gradle as a project setup, but of course we are going to use the Maven, so we have to install the Maven plugin separately. I will tell you how to do that. Okay, so the installation is done. All the suggested plugins are installed. Now you'll get two options. One is like save and continue, where you have to create a admin user. In my case, I just the system I'm going to use, so I'll just click on skip and continue as admin. And it will ask you whether you want to continue with the same 8080 port number or you want to change it for future use. I will go with the same, so let's click on this save and finish. Now our Jenkins is ready, we can start using it. So this is how we have to install the Jenkins, and so it's very simple. Just you have to download the var file, and you have to extract it with the help of command java-jar, then followed by the file name. And make sure your console, this Windows command prompt, is going to run in the background. If we close this, obviously it will terminate the session and localhost will not work. Now we are going to use the Maven project. So to use the Maven project, we have to install the Maven dependencies. I mean, not dependency, Maven plugin in the Jenkins. So if you go to the manage Jenkins, and there you can see something like plugins. Okay, go to the plugins and click on this available plugin and search for Maven, and you will see this Maven integration. Click on the checkbox and click on this install. And if you scroll to the bottom, you can see like Maven integration, along with that few other dependencies. Plugins are also getting added. Success, that means of course we are ready to go now. Okay, now let's go to the dashboard. Before creating a job is nothing but a project. For example, when we do our initial setup in the Playwright, of course we go to file, we click on this new, and then followed by Maven project, right? Similarly, in the world of Jenkins, every project is known as a job. Okay, now in the script level, we have to do one changes. For example, we know that we have this, we have added this dependencies where we have TestNG and the Playwright, correct? Similarly, in the plugin, I mean in the build within the plugin, we have like Apache compiler, and now I have added this plugin, which is Surefire plugin. Okay, what is the use of this? In the sense like we have this testng.xml file where we have mentioned our test case along with the package name, right? So I want to trigger my XML with the help of Maven commands. Like you can have multiple Maven goals, right? So Maven clean is there, Maven test is there, deploy is there. So mostly we are going to use the clean and the deploy. Okay, so if you go to your pom.xml, so here we have added this new plugin where I'm saying like this is my XML file, use this XML file and trigger the test. What is the benefit of this Surefire plugin? In the sense like mostly we execute all our tests from the Eclipse, right? But if you don't have the Eclipse, or of course in the Jenkins we don't have to use the Eclipse, just we have to use the code, right? So in that case this is very helpful. For example, if I go to this system explorer, if I open this in a system explorer and go inside my project, and here you can see like this is where my pom.xml file is there, right? So in the address bar, give this command, open the command prompt and then say mvn then followed by clean. So this will delete all your target folder, like it will clear all your pre-compiled Java file. Then I can say like mvn then followed by test. Mvn test is basically Maven goal. What it will do means it will go to the pom.xml file and it will try to download any dependencies if there is any missing, and then it will start the test cases. For here you can see like it's running all the test and it's saying like running test suite, and then we got a failure. Let's see why we got failure. And it says like authorization, either username or access key is invalid. That means we are, of course we are running on the Lambda test cloud platform, right? So of course I have to give the credentials. Let me go and get that. So if I go to the Lambda test platform, if I go within my profile account setting, and if I go to the password and security, and this is my access key, this is my username. Let me copy my access key and go back to this guy, and let's go and see. So this is where we give the access key. Let's copy and paste. Now let's go back to our terminal and let me clear the screen and let me run it once again. So if I go to the Lambda test dashboard now, the automation, okay, so if you go to the build, you can see like it's already started to execute, right? So that's it, pretty cool. Now we are able to run our test script with the help of Maven commands and of course the TestNG without the help of Eclipse, right? Now we can go and create a job. That means of course it's a project. So you can click on this create a job, or also you can go to the new item and then followed by, here you have to select the Maven project, and of course you have to select the name. Let's say that we want to select like Playwright daily build project, okay, something like that. If you're using TypeScript or JavaScript, you can go with the freestyle. Since already we are using this Maven project, we can click on this Maven project and click on this OK button. So here if you want to give some description, of course you can give. So for example, let's say that some meaningful message that you are going to understand. And we have few other things as well. I will just leave this as it is. And if your source code is in the GitHub, you can probably use the Git, and here you can give your repository URL. In our case, it's not there in the Git yet, so let's ignore this. Okay, and then here we have something related to the environment, something related to the build triggers. We'll come back to this build triggers in a bit. Okay, now if you have any preconditions, you can probably do that. and here I have to give the root. So so here I have to say where is my project. Okay, so for example, my project is basically within this folder, not this one, this. So let me copy the URL and then I can paste over here, I guess. Okay, and then I have to give the goal. So let me give the goal as test. Okay, and yeah, that's it, I guess. Okay, let's go and save this. And it basically works based on the scheduler, so we have to build the trigger based on the time it will work. But for now, just to show you the demo, I'm going to click on this build now. That means we are triggering it manually, and here you can see like we have this, and which is of course a failure. So if I go to the console output, it says like building in workspace, and it says like Maven installation is not available. Okay, so basically we have Maven in our machine, but not that is understandable to the Jenkins. So go to the dashboard and then go to manage Jenkins. I guess we have to go within the tools. So basically we have to set the JDK and the Maven. Okay, so for example, here you can select Maven configuration. So here you will select the second option, setting files in file system, and here we have to give the path. So if you remember, we have our, what we call that, Apache Maven within the C drive, and here and here, and yeah, this is the path, I guess. So here we have to give this one. Not sure if we have to include the bin as well. So path to settings.xml. Okay, anyway, I think this is fine, or else we'll come back and fix it one more time. Sorry, this is not the place, so we'll just use default setting. Go to the last, and here you can select Maven installation. So click on this add Maven, and here we can give any name. Let's name it like Maven, and install automatically, just uncheck, and here we have to give the Maven home. So just copy and paste this one. Okay, now click on apply. Similarly, we have to apply the we have to add the JDK as well. So if you go to this JDK, let's name it like JDK and Java home. So similarly, I can go to my C folder, program files, and it should be in 86, I guess. Yeah, no. So if you go to the Java and JDK 11, and this is the home. Okay, just copy and paste over here. Okay, since it's asking the home, we don't have to include the bin. Okay, if it's asked for the path, then we have to add the bin. Okay, now apply and click on save. Okay, so that's it. Two configurations. You have to go to the tools, and if you go scroll down, first of all, of course, Maven installation, and then followed by the JDK. Okay, if you have Git, of course you have to give the Git URL, Git path as well, but for now it's fine for us. Okay, now we have already set up, so let's go and build it once again. So here you can select Playwright daily build, it's running again, and second time also it's getting failed actually. So let's go to the console output. It's still running. So yeah, here you can select all our tests are running. Now if you go to the Lambda test website, it should come by now, I guess. Let's refresh and check. Yeah, you can see there is another build in the queue. Okay, so that is how we have to use our Jenkins. So basically what I have done is I have taken the local path and then I have triggered, but in real time we don't do that. We have to push our code to the GitHub, and from the GitHub we have to give the path. That's going to be very simple. Probably I can do and show to you. Okay, so I'm just going to copy all my files and I'm going to upload to my GitHub. So let's go to the github.com. I have to do the two-factor authentication, but I'm using my mobile right now as a camera, so probably I will add that maybe later. But it's very simple. Just you have to give your GitHub public URL, I mean repository URL. That's it. Okay, so yeah, that will be easy. I hope you can do it. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comments. Now let's learn the important things, that is how to schedule it, right? So if you go to this Playwright build, and here we have this configure, right? So if you go to the configure again, and if you go to this build triggers, so there are different ways to trigger a build. For example, whenever there's a push or merge into your GitHub repository, of course you can execute that. If you want to run based on a time, you can use this build periodically. That means whatever the time we are going to give, based on that it's going to run. Okay, so there's a format to do the configuration. So for example, it should be like minute, hour, date of the month, and date of the week. Okay, so the time is right now it's 10:51 a.m. Let's say that we want to run by 10:53. Okay, so first of all it will be like 53 minutes and then hour, so it's basically 0 to 23, so it's 10 now. Yeah, and then followed by date of the month. So I want to run on all the days. I will use the star, and all the weeks and all the month as well. Okay, so date of the month, date. If you have any particular requirement, probably you can give that as well, but mostly we'll try to run each and every day. And there are also, let me apply and save this first, and it's saying warning like instead of this use this, which is fine for now, I guess. Yeah, and also like you can have based on configuration. For example, in my project we execute the test in weekly basis. We don't want to run in Saturday or Sunday. On the weekends we don't want to execute, we run from weekdays. So to configure that, there are some formulas as well. For example, if you want to run every 15 minutes, you can give like this one, h/15 and followed by ****. And similarly, if you want to run only on weekdays, you can give something like 1 to 5, that means Monday to Friday, something like that. Okay, so also you can configure based on the time zone, and a lot of things are there, you can do that. Okay, so we are going to trigger this on 53. So let's go to the dashboard, let's see if it's going to work or not. So time is currently almost 53. Let's wait few seconds. Okay, so the time is 53 point some seconds, and you can see like a build is started. So if I go to the build, and if you click on this, you can see like console output. If you click on this, you can see what is exactly happening. And if you go to the Lambda test website, and here you can see like we have a queue and the test started to running. Okay, so this is the basic configuration how we can use our Jenkins and the Playwright, and also with the Lambda test. Okay, so one thing I missed is GitHub, but I hope you will really find it. That's going to be really easy. Doesn't not that much tough, I will say. Yeah, so that's it. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me in the comment. I'll be happy to reply. Let's take a quick recap. So first of all, we have to do the changes in the code level. So if you go to your testng.xml file, you can include all your test file. As of now, I have only one. In the upcoming videos, I will add few more tests as well. So you can add your package and your tests, and that should be executed with the help of pom.xml. And here I'm getting some error. I can just go and clean this guy. That should work fine. Yeah, so here we have all the dependencies. Similarly, already we have the Maven compiler. Now we have added this Surefire. Surefire plugin will connect your pom.xml, your Maven project, to your XML testng file, and it will, from there it will start the execution. Okay, so this is where we have said like, where is my XML file? Then what we have done is no more code changes. Even without the help of Eclipse, we can run our test now because we have this Maven configured. So if you go to your project, most of the people do the mistakes like they open the command prompt in some other location. Always go into your project, and if you see this pom.xml file or pom file, then you have to open your command prompt in that particular location. So if you go to the address bar and if you type cmd, command prompt will be there. Then you can say like Maven clean or Maven test, or if you have to perform any other goals like Maven deploy or install, of course you can do that. Then go to Jenkins website, download the Jenkins war file, do the installation. Very pretty, very simple. And then we have to create a project. That means in terms of Jenkins, we have to create a job. Once the job is done, I mean, you have to give your GitHub project URL or your local project URL, and you can use the build triggers. You can give the time, and that's it. Pretty much simple. So far in your tutorial, Playwright with Java tutorial, in this playlist we have learned a lot of things, right? So from the introduction and the installation, and then followed by how to run our first script, first test, how to handle the inputs, the drop downs, capturing screenshots, recording video, handling iframes, window pop-ups, browser contacts, debugging test, and handling alerts, running on the test as well as running use the help of Jenkins, right? So we have learned so far lot of concepts, but in a bit pieces, right? So whatever the learnings we have so far, I'm going to combine all the learnings and I'm going to automate few test cases just to give you a glimpse of how we can leverage the Playwright in a good way. So probably we'll learn few things like probably I would like to take you through the page object model, like how to write different classes for different pages or the screens, and then based on that probably we will write some test cases. Okay, so the video might be a little bit longer, but watch it fully. Maybe you can watch it like 1.5x or 2x speed, and it's going to be really interesting. Okay, so let's get started now. I have planned to write 3 test cases, 3 scripts basically, but if it exceeds the time, probably I will close up with 1 or 2. Okay, so it's going to be very simple, but it's going to be a lot of learnings, and of course I'm going to do this in Java for the first time also, so it will be learning for me as well. Okay, so one is basically we are going to do the register. So if you go to the register, here you can see like we have this first name, last name, email, telephone, and we have like lot of what do we call that, we have lot of mandatory fields, right? So we are going to automate that, and probably we can see like positive as well as negative scenarios. Once we are done with the register, we can go with the login and we can just enter our credential and we can do the login. Okay, once login is done, probably we'll do some product search. For example, we can go to this mega menu, we can go to like probably like Apple within the mobile section, and then probably you can go and mouse hover on this first item, we can click to this ad and we can go out to like checkout. Okay, of course this is a dummy website, so we cannot perform like real-time scenarios, but of course it's a great learning website, so we make use of this. Okay, and of course we are going to perform everything with the help of page object model. Okay, and we'll also try to run our test scripts in the Lambda test platform in a parallel execution. If you're getting any background noise, I'm really sorry for that, but I will try to fix it in the editing part. Okay, now coming back to this, so already we have our setup. We have our pom.xml where we have this Microsoft Playwright dependency, and then also we have this test.ng, and we have few like compiler, Swarefire that we used while running our test scripts in the Jenkins, or maybe in the without the help of Eclipse, right? And also we have profiles where we have like how to use the inspector, how to do the debugger, all those things. Okay, I hope you have already watched the playlist. If not, kindly watch it once again, you will get a good idea. Now within the SRC main Java folder, I'm going to create a package called com.lambda-test-lt.pages. Okay, so this is where we are going to write all our pages in the sense nothing but the UI, the screen, right? So for example, we can spread this into component level as well. Component in the sense like this header is going to be very same for each and every page, right? So if I go to the register page, you can see the header part is there, the search part is there, logo and these things are there. If I go to the login page, the same UI we can see, and if I go to the home, there also we can see the same UI. So this is basically one component, and the rest of the things are different components. Similarly, we'll also have footer, I guess. If we have in some website there will be footer, in some website they don't have. In this page, I think this is the only footer we have, so we'll ignore the footer for now. So we'll take the header. So this is going to be very static. For example, I can go and register from any page, I can do the login from any page, right? Even without performing the user creation, we can also search for a product, and we can basically add a product to the cart, and we can also do the checkout, right? So we'll consider this to be our header, and I'm going to write that within the separate pages. When I say pages, it means that it's going to be a screen or a component. In terms of Java, we can call it like a class file. So here I'm going to create a class, and let's name it like header section. And header section, we probably want a constructor. So if you give control space, you can just add this header section. And within the header section, what we want the pages, because of course we have to find each and every element with the help of page, right? So page.locator, page.something, right? So of course we need the page. How to add it's very simple. So in the class level, we'll say like probably can give a like private and we can say like page. Yeah, I'm trying to write in the JavaScript. Actually, it should be like a page from Microsoft. That's it. And here we'll say like, and there should be null, I guess. Yeah. So here it will be like this dot page. Okay, we have to give the name as well. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just a bit confused with the JavaScript and the TypeScript and the Java. Okay, and here also we are going to receive this. So for example, here I can select page, and I'm going to receive the page. Okay, so here it's going to be like whatever the page we are going to get, we'll assign that to our local variable, and initially it will be, of course, it will be like null. So if you want, you can do the null check as well here. Okay, or else you can ignore else as well. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to write few functions. What are the things we are going to focus is basically my account. So, and we have to do the mouse over, and then we have to like login and register. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write two functions like click login and click register. Okay, so here we'll say like public, then followed by void and click login. So do you have to pass any argument for the login? No, it's just a click action, right? So we don't have to do that. And then I can select public, then followed by void click register. Okay, so that's it. We are pretty much done. Now of course within this we have to write the code, right? So what we have to do before doing the login or the register, I have to click on this my account. So let's go and inspect this guy. And if I go to the XPath, I can see like here I have like a I have this text, I have this XPath, right? So of course I can use that as well. It's giving me like wrong, I guess. Yeah, let's go and inspect this guy. So it's a and where it has a text called my accounts, but it's showing error. Instead of this, I can change like dot. Okay, so this one. Yeah, so totally we have two. So first one is the yeah, first one is there, but it is hidden, and secondly we have which is going to run. So we are going to make use of this, right? Yeah, I will tell you one trick to use, how to use this in XPath. Okay, so yeah, so first of all we have to do the hover on the my account, right? So let me write one more function, and I'm going to make this as private because I don't want this to go outside, because if I do click login, I will hover on the my account and then I will do the login click, similar to the register function as well. So my account I don't want to expose to the outside, so I will make it as private. Okay, so I will say like click my account. If you want, you can make it public as well, but for now I'm just going to make it like private. Okay, and here I'm going to select this dot page dot locator, and this is the locator, right? So my account, this is the locator, but we know that here we have two elements, right? That means it will violate the it will end up with an exception called strict mode violation error, right? But I want to interact only with the my account which is visible. So for that, what can I do is I can simply use this greater than, and I can select visible colon true, sorry, not colon, visible equal to true. Okay, so this means whichever is visible I will able to interact with that. And of course I'm doing the click action, so let me make it like click. Or else what I can do is I can simply say like just return me this particular element, and I can change the return type to locator. Okay, and I can use this here. For example, here I can select this dot here instead of click my account, I can say like get my account, and here I can select dot get my account dot click. Of course I want to perform the click actions. Once that is done, not click action, actually I have to do the hover, so let's change this to hover function. And then once I hover, I can get this login, right? So if I go and inspect, so it has a tag, and where it has a this one, right? So let me copy this and paste over here, and this is correct. Okay, so I can just use the simple click action to get the snippet, and it's giving me await page.locator, but of course we are using the Java. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the settings and I'll change this to Java. Now let me close this and let me go and do the click action again. Now you can see like we are getting this particular playwright snippet. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So you can use the LaTeX path as well, and here this page, or it will refer to the page. So if you want, you can add like this also, so that is also fine. Okay, yeah, anyways, that's it, right? So if when I say click login, first of all I will do the mouse over on the my account, and then I will do the click action, right? And similarly I have to do this for register as well. So let me copy paste over here, and I just want to change this. So let's go and inspect, and here also same, I can get the XPath, I can replace here, and that's it. We are pretty much done, right? Yeah. So once I do the click on the login, of course I'm going to, let's go and with the register page. So once I click on the register, here you can see like we'll be in the account/register page. Okay, if you want to write a good test script, of course you should involve the assertion as well. I'm going to skip. I will write in the test cases in few places, but you can write it anywhere you want. Okay, so I just want to show you the flow and how to write the code. So for that I'm just ignoring the assertion, but of course you should write that. Okay, now here we have this register account page, right? So let's go to our package explorer. I'm going to create one more class. Why I'm creating one more class? Because of course it's a new screen, that means it's a new class. Okay, so I'm going to say like register account page. Okay, so if you see here, here I have mentioned like header section, because of course that's a section, and here I have this account as a page. Why I'm writing page? In the sense like, of course it's a good to know like whether it's a page or section or it's a component. So based on that you can always change, right? So I'm going to bring up the constructor, and I'm going to follow the same rule. I'm going to have my private page here, and I'm going to do this guy. Okay, so let me just copy this and paste over here. Okay, so that's it, we are done. Now within the register page, what we'll do, first of all we'll check for the negative scenario. For example, if I click on this continue button, you can see like we are getting this particular thing like you must agree to the privacy policy. So once I click on this, I have read the privacy policy, and if I click on this continue, now you can see like we are getting all this error as well, like a few errors. These are like your mandatory things. So we'll add the what we call that, we add the negative scenario for this as well. Okay, so first of all we'll have a function like click continue, right? So let me go and inspect this continue guy, and here you can see like we have a CSS as well, which is type equal to submit, value equal to continue, and some button. I will go with the value with continue because this looks very good to me. Okay, I'm going to do the click action. So first of all let's write a function called public void click continue. Okay, and of course I can paste this as well. Okay, so if you want you can add this keyword as well, but not necessary, it will work for sure. Okay, now coming back to this, once we do the click continue, let's say we have click on this continue, what will happen? I will get this warning, right? So let me go and inspect this guy, and here you can select div alert danger. So we are expecting this guy, or we can use the CSS as well, this guy to be visible, right? So, and it's a 2 actually. Yeah, so we have multiple things, and few other things are really invisible in this page. Okay, so always good to check for multiple locators. So danger, this is what we are expecting, right? So we can write a function like warning message to display, right? So what we'll do, we'll just add like public void, and we'll say like is warning displayed visible. Okay, this visible will be more make sense, I guess. Yeah, and what we'll do, we'll just return the statement, right? So return base dot locator. Let me copy this quickly. So let's get text. I will use this instead of get text. I will make it like is visible, so it will return me the boolean true or false, right? So I can do like control1, and I can change the return type to boolean. Okay, so why I'm using this is warning visible, right? While writing the test script, I'll just get, and I'll say like expect to be true or false, like that I can use. Okay, yeah, and now what we are going to do is, let's go with other things. Okay, so probably you can also add for like all the other scenarios. For example, once I click on this, I will get this particular warning, and also I can see like I'm getting this, all these mandatory fields are required, right? So we can do that instead of writing like everything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the count of this guys. So let me go and inspect this one. So here I have a class called text danger, right? So let me copy this. So it should be like div dot class danger and 2 3 4 5. Okay, so we have like 5 error message. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say like public void is mandatory, and what is this warning message, right? So warning message visible. Again, it depends on the test cases, you can change. So I'm just going to make it like return, and here I can say like page dot locator, the locator value, and I'm going to get the count actually. So I'm going to get the count, and it's going to return me the integer value. Okay, so I will write a condition like it should be equal to 5, or it should be greater than equal to 0 or 1, something like that. Okay, so that will be like confirmation, like warning messages are displayed. Okay, so I think for negative scenario we are pretty much good. Now before continuing to further, let's make sure like it's going to work. So I'm going to write few test cases. Okay, so first of all, what we'll do, if I go to my running on cloud package, and if you see here, we already have the TestNG demo, right? So I'm going to copy the class. I don't want to waste your time actually, so let's do the copy and paste things. But of course I'm going to create a new package, and I'm going to name it like POM test, just to, of course it's ugly name, but for your understanding, so when you see this later on in the GitHub, you should understand like where our tests are. Okay, and here I'm going to make this rename, so you can use your F2 or function F2, depends on your keyboard. And here I'm going to say like I'm going to write a test case name like register user tc test case, just for our understanding. Okay, yeah. Now we need this before method, we need this after method. Of course I believe you have already watched the previous video, so you will have a better understanding. And also here we need this page. Other than that, we need anything? We don't need. So we'll just yeah, of course we need this navigate, we need this wait for load state. So let me give the URL first. I'm going to copy this and change it over here. And other than that, I don't think we need anything, so let me delete. And if there is any failure, it will give us this failed status. So let me have it now. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to, of course, like call the classes, right? So I can call it anywhere, so let me make it here. Okay, so first of all we have to do the mouse over, which is in the header section, right? So we'll say like header section, and let's name it like header equal to new header section, and we have passed our page as a parameter or as an argument to this constructor. Okay, simple JavaScript Java concept. I hope you know how to call a class, how to call the constructor, how to create the object and everything. Similarly, we are going to have this register register account page. Let me name it like register equal to new register page, and we'll pass the page. Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Now what we are going to do, we are going to first, once we go to this particular URL, and it should be like index.php. I hope this URL should work. Yeah, okay, then I have to do this mouse over on the account, right? Basically I'm trying to do the register. So what we'll say like header dot click register, which will internally do the mouse over on my account link. Okay, once I go to the register, what I have to do, I have to now click on the continue, which is in the register page, right? So I will say like register page dot click continue, and once I do the click continue, I will get the error message, right? So here I will say like register page dot is warning visible, and that's going to return me the boolean warning visible, right? So here we can write the asset as well as, so here you can see like we have this set this status, right? So probably we can use this because we are running on the lambda test platform. Of course we need this function, right? So here I'll say like if condition, if warning boolean, which is going to be true, in that case I will say like super dot this guy, and I will make it like pass, and here I will add my string as a comment, that is warning is visible. Okay, and I think it should be in the lower case. Let me go and check. Yeah, so we don't have any restriction, but of course it should be in the lower case, I guess. Okay, let me check this quickly. So if I go to my TestNG demo test, so it's like passed. Okay, so we'll use that passed, not pass. Okay, else of course it's going to be like your fail, so we can simply call this guy. Why we are not using catch block, I mean why we have to write the else condition? If it's fail it will go to the catch, you might think, but here we are just checking for the boolean. If there is an locator is not there, if our page giving us null error, then probably of course that's going to be error, but in this case of course it's going to be like the error message, right? So here I will say like warning is not displayed, not visible. I think that will be very good to read, right? Okay, so we are pretty much done, I think, with this at least. One more condition we have also, like we have like a register, I mean not condition, we have another function. So register dot and then followed by we have like a is mandatory message visible, right? So it's going to return me the count, right? So here I can check like if the mandatory message is greater than 0, then it's going to be pass, right? So I'm going to copy this, paste over here, and here I will say like all mandatory fields are visible. Okay, so that's it. I'm going to run this. Before running, what we'll do, of course we'll go to our account and I'm going to get my access key first. So let me copy the access key and let me go to the create connection and let me go to the capabilities, and here is my access key. Okay, so of course you can save the access key in external sources as well, but for the demo sake I'm keeping within the same class. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this test case. Let's right click, run as TestNG test. Okay, hopefully it should run. If it's failed, we'll solve it together, not a big deal. Okay, so it's saying like downloading Chrome. Maybe there is an version update, I guess, so let's wait for that. Okay, let's go to this, and here you can see like Playwright TestNG build is basically started to run. Why we are getting this name in the sense like we haven't changed this name. Okay, and there is some error, I guess. Yeah, there is an error. So it says like visible true, resolved to 2 elements. Okay, it's visible, still it's resolved to 2 elements, and it says like completed, and it should fail. Yeah, here you can see like if you go to this, here you can see like it's failed basically, and if I go and play this thing, so yeah, I didn't do the hover actually, so because this guy got failure, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually it should be like completed, but yeah, I mean it should be fail, but we didn't cast the error properly. That's why it says like, since our TestNG also says like hey, it didn't fail, so lambda test also saying like it didn't fail. Okay, but actually it's a failure and we should correct that actually. Okay, now coming back to this, why it didn't fail, because let me go to this, click on register and click on this my account hover, so visible true, so it didn't work. So what we'll do, let me go and explore this XPath, and if I copy paste and 1 and 2, so this is my second one, so I can use the function like dot last. Okay, yeah, and then I can do the hover. Okay, Okay, let's click on the run. Let's see, this time it should pass, I guess. Let's see. So while learning, you don't have to write like each and every line and test, as because I'm giving you this demo. That's why like I'm probably like running few lines and showing you. If I have to do it in my real time, I don't run very often. I at least try to complete one page or particular test cases, and then I try it. Okay, so here you can see like the differences. Here it says like completed, even though it failed, since the test engine didn't understand whether that's a failure or some assert error, something like that. So it's basically says completed, but here you can see like now it took 8 seconds and the result is basically pass, right? So that's the difference between pass and complete. So complete means either it can be pass or fail as well, but when it is pass, it will say like pass, and when it is failure because of like null pointer or maybe locator is not there or some other things, then definitely it is going to mention that. Okay, so I hope you have watched the video also while I was talking. So we got the error message and we got the other things as well, right? Now here you can select we don't have any error, that means our script is running fine. Okay, now few things I'm going to change is basically, if I go to this create connection, and if I go to the capabilities, so here I don't want this anymore like this one, so we'll just say like playwright form demo. You can actually get this from your Excel file, not Excel, I mean your XML file, TestNG XML file also, and you can probably replace this with the particular class name or particular test case scenario you want to provide. Okay, so just for simplicity, for the sake of simplicity, I have kept the same name. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to do the register. Let's go to our page, and I'm going to show you something that is really cool, but I'm not sure whether that will work in this particular scenario or not. Okay, I mean for this particular website. Okay, so here you can see like we have this input here, and above that we have a label which is like your first name, right? So sometimes we can interact with the label, interact with the input tag based on the label as well, but it depends on the parent and child concept of the HTML DOM structure. So I'm not sure whether it's going to work for this particular page, but let's give it a try. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to my register page, and here I'm going to say like public, and then followed by, we can write actually multiple functions or one function. So I'm going to write one function, that will be easier to call, right? So since it's all are mandatory, we are going to make one function. Okay, so here I'm going to say like public void, then followed by register user. Okay, something like this, register user, or probably registered user account, that will be more sense, I guess. Yeah, and what are the things we want of course everything to be string, and here we have like, let me close this for a while. Yeah, so we have first name, last name, email, right? So let me name it like first name, then followed by string last name, and this should be S. I'm more of TypeScript guy, so sometimes when I write I forgot the syntax as well, but I hope you are able to understand just a case sensitive things. And here, and then we have this telephone. Why everything is mandatory here? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, telephone is of course it's a number, but while we are passing like in the fill function or in the type function, of course it should be in the format of string. Okay, then we have what we have like password and confirm password. So I'm going to, since it's a positive thing, I'm going to keep only one password, and I will pass that in the for the same I mean for both the input fields. Okay, and newsletter is by default no, so we will not touch that, and we'll go to this guy, this checkbox, and this checkbox is basically, let's see if we have any XPath. We have CSS of input agree. Sometimes this website has a lot of hidden things. Yeah, let me go and do the click action here. Okay, so yeah, so this should be our input agree. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to try one thing. So for example, let's say like page dot find by, not find by, it should be get by label. Okay, so get by label, and the label is here is first name. So I'm going to copy this guy, paste over here, and it's giving me all the spaces, things and all. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to use the function called fill, and here I'm going to pass my first name. Okay, yeah, that should work fine. Similarly, I will write multiple things. Okay, so next thing we have this last name, so let me copy and paste it here. And then we have this 𝐸-mail, let me copy, replace here, and let me copy this telephone. So actually, if you notice, I'm referring to the label. Based on that, it should actually type to the input field, but let's see whether it's going to work or not. I'm not sure, because it depends on the page implementation. In some pages it should work. We can actually identify that. So if you see this particular text box, right, so if the input and the label are both within the same parent tag, it will obviously work. But since we have like this, the label is outer side and the input is inner side, inner child of another element, I guess this one. Okay, so yeah, then we have to do the click continue, right? So already we have a function to do the click continue, so I will just simply call this dot click continue. Once we are done, so it will give something. Yeah, okay. Now let's go in the local, because I don't want to run each and every time in the lambda test. Let's see how to run in the local as well. So if I go to the register user test case, and if I go to this create connection, so instead of like connect CDP, I can just command this, I guess, and let me, this one should be like chromium.launch. Okay, we have to change few other things as well. So instead of connect, we have to call the launch function, and that should work, but I don't want to change right now. So let's go and run in the lambda test itself. Okay, so yeah, did I call it? No, I didn't call it. Okay, so here I have to call it. So here it should be like register dot followed by register user account, and I'm going to give my first name as Kaushik, of course it is, and then followed by C, and what is this? That should be email, right? And email, I'm going to give something like this now, for now, mail.com. Okay, and then what we have, then we have the telephone and password. So telephone is going to be like 12345678990, and then we have the password, which is my universal password @123. Okay, not sure if there is any case restriction on the password field or the mobile field, but I'm just going to see whether my get by is working or not. Okay, so I'm going to run this, and if I go to my cloud platform, that is lambda test, so here we got this Playwright POM demo, and it says running. Let it complete. Okay, so we got error, we got exception basically, and it says like resolve to two elements, which is password and confirm password. That means previous things got worked. So it works based on the what we call that, partial match. Okay, so since password and password confirm matches, it says like result to two elements. I'm going to solve that. That's going to be really easy. And here also you can select, it didn't say like whether it's pass or fail. I think the exception is something error with this, so it should be like Playwright exception, I guess. Yeah, so okay, so where is this register user? And then if I go to this guy, so here we have to say like new locator get by label option dot, sometimes it doesn't give this. I'm going to import this and dot set exact true. Okay, so set exact true in the sense like we are not checking partially, we are checking for this exact thing. Okay, so before that, let me go to this test demo once, and it says pass for weird reasons. Yeah, because we didn't handle that particular thing, like whether the element is there or not. So yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so let's go. If you write more asset, that will be very make sense. So if you see here, it go to the register page, and here you can see like something got typed, but it didn't type perfectly. I mean, it typed wrong things actually. So if you go and see this guy, you should also take a screenshot to check. Let me open in a big screen. Okay, so if I expand this, you can see like with it typed the CCCC everywhere, and I think because here we have the last name, that's the reason. Okay, sorry for that. So here it should be like first name, here it should be like last name, and this is going to be my email. Okay, not Playwright fault, it's my fault. And then we have this telephone guy, and then here we have this password, and here also we are going to use the same password because it's a confirm password. Okay, then we have click, then we have click continue button. Okay, now this should work fine, so we don't have to execute one more time. Of course, we have changed this to like set exact, which is fine for now. Okay, we'll run one more time. Okay, now let's say whether we are able to register with the same detail again and again. So Kaushik can see, and email will be like Kaushik. Let me copy paste from here, and this is my phone number, and this is my password. So I'm going to copy paste, and if I click on this, okay, I have to agree the term and condition. So if I will click this, did I agree the term and condition here? Let me go and check. This is the agree term and agree, right? So we are doing the click. Okay, so if I click on this continue, your account has been created. It says your account has been created, and let me go to the register one more time. So let me log out and let me go to the register. So if I try to give the same email and password, let me check whether it's allowing or not, because it's, of course, it's a dummy website, but still I think there should be some kind of error message, because if we can't reuse the same data, then of course we have to find a way to create the data dynamically, right? So yeah, so you can say like email already registered, so I cannot use the same email. So it basically works based on the email, right? So what we can do is we can use third-party libraries like the Faker, which is very famous in terms of test automation. For example, if I say like Faker Java API, so here, yeah, so if you go to the java.io, so here you can see like you will get something like address, email. I think email is there, or it should be like mail. No, in JavaScript is there. I think here also mail will be definitely there, but let me try to find the official thing. Maybe, yeah, so here you can select faker.name.first name. We just have to create an object for this, and we can use this. And I think there should be mail or email. Let me check if we have this mail, email. What is strange, we don't have email in JavaScript. Faker, there is a name function called email, but here I am not seeing it, or maybe I'm missing now. But of course we can get the first name, last name, we can combine it like at the rate something. Okay, so probably you can give it a shot. I'll just attach the link in the description, you can go and check it out. For now I'm just going to use the date format. That should be fine, I guess. Okay, so for example here, let me write it. So string email equal to what we can do is some email, then followed by date java.util dot in Java 10, I guess there is a date dot, let me create this one. So new date dot get timestamp, get time. Okay, get time will give you like something like long time. So basically we'll have some numbers, and based on that we can generate the email. Okay, so for example, let's name it like Kaushik, then followed by plus, then followed by @ mail.com, something like this. Okay, just to Of course, you can write better like what we call this, faker or any other thing, but I'm just going to make it really quick. Okay, so here it will be like some name and then followed by some mail.com, and that we are going to pass. Okay, other things are not, it doesn't check, so we can just ignore this one. Okay, so once our registration is done, for example, what we saw, let me name it like 111, and if I click on this continue, so here we can see like your account has been created, so we are expecting this guy to see, right? So we will write a what we'll write a assert for that. Okay, so let's go and do that. I'm going to use the same register page, but it's a new page, but we are not going to see this page very often, so I will make it in the part of register user itself. Okay, and I'm going to just check this guy whether this text is visible or not. Okay, so if I go and inspect this guy, let me close this one. Yeah, so if I go to latex path, here it's a unit tag name called h1, so I'm going to just use this and I'm going to get the text. Okay, so let's go to this one. Okay, so we'll say like public and then followed by void is register success. Will write this one. Okay, and then followed by I'm going to say like paste dot locator, the locator value, sorry, this is not this one, I have to paste entire thing, and this is going to return me the what we call that, string, right? So we'll get the string. Okay, and I'll just see whether we have this, your account has been created or not. Okay, and of course I'm going to do the trim action as well, so there should not be any space conflict. Okay, now let's go to the register user, and here I'm going to say like register dot is register success, and it's going to return me the string. And of course we can write our if else condition, so I'm just going to copy this, paste over here, and we'll make this one, and here I'm going to say like register success, and here I'm going to say like register failed. Okay, so and this is my register. Yeah, yeah, it should be like dot equals, and here I'm going to say like your account has been created. So I'm just going to copy, paste over here. Let me remove the spaces because already we have done the trim while we are receiving the text itself. Okay, and of course I should close this with this bracket. Yeah, okay, I'm going to run this now. Let's see how far we have achieved, and I don't know how much time it took, so I'm going to quick look at that very quickly. Okay, it took almost like 44 minutes to write only one test case, so I think I should stop now. Let me go back here and let me go to my Lambda test, and it's still running. Let's see. Since we have the dynamic email, I hope it should pass now. Let's see. Okay, and this guy, we got the result and it says like passed. Let me go here and I'm going to play the video in full screen just to show you. So let me click on play and expand this guy. Yeah, so it navigating to the page and it doing the hover. It went to the register page. We have positive scenarios. It did the, you can see the Kaushik one, and we have something like, right? So of course it's basically like we have got this. Okay, so what else we have? We don't have. Okay, there are a few error message which you can ignore. That's not our thing. Okay, it's very speed. Actually I cannot see properly. Okay, let me try one more time. I'm going to play and I'm going to pause. Yeah, so here you can see like this error message are there, so which is our previous check, and after that it typed the first name, last name, which is C, and then you can see the email ID, and along with that we have some number. So basically it will give us the number uniquely always, so we can make sure that register is going to happen, right? So then if you see here, registration done, and it closed very quickly actually. Probably I'm going to add a sleep over here just to show you like whether the registration is really done or not. So what I can do is I can add a sleep. For example, page dot wait for timeout, and here I'm going to make it wait for like 5 seconds. This wait for timeout is basically from your Playwright, which is going to technically work similar to your thread.sleep. Okay, so let's go and run this one last time just to check whether the register is done or not. And quickly I'm going to write the login page. So we have done the register, so based on the data we can write the login as well. Okay, so let's head over to the Lambda test page, and POM demo is running currently. So here you can see like the labels, like all mandatory fields are visible. That's our one off check. Register is a success. Here our another check, and this guy should also done by now, I guess. Yeah, it's done almost. And here it says like passed. If you go back and let me just click on this or refresh. Yeah, so here you can see like register success. If I go and click on that guy, so here you can see all your steps. Of course it's done. And let me play this video. Okay, now I guess you can also see the since we have the wait for timeout, you can see the result correctly. Okay, so our register now it got another, and here you can select we got this, your account has been created. Of course that's a work, and we have this delay because we explicitly added the wait for timeout. Okay, so I hope we are able to understand how to create the page object model and how to do this stuff. Okay, so just let me quickly do one last class for you. I mean class creation, of course. Okay, so if I go to the pages, I'm going to create a class called login page. And what are the things I want? Mostly the same things. So I will just copy this guy, paste over here. I'll change the class name to this, and I will have only one function, which will be like public void login as user. For login, what are the things we need? Of course we need like let me log out this one. We have this email and password, right? So I'm going to use my email and password. You might ask me like, hey Kaushik, you are doing this dynamic kind of thing, right? So here we can have this like this one, this email is basically getting generated in dynamic. So how you can use the same email for your login? Of course we can use it, we can make this to your parent class, we can make it static, we can create the data, we can use it. So it's basically your Java concept. I will leave that for this video. Maybe in future we can see, or else head over to my channel where I teach all those things in detail. Okay, now I'm going to use this guy. Yeah, okay, so let's go and write the things. Okay, so here of course we need this string email and string password. Okay, so I'm going to write this very quickly with the help of this email, since we know it works based on the label. So let me do that. Okay, so page dot get by label, and this is the label, and here I'm going to do the fill action, which is my email. Similarly, I'm going to copy, paste, and this is going to be my password, right? Yeah, and here I'm have to pass my password thing. Okay, then we have this login. So if I go and inspect, so this is basically your input type equal to submit. Of course we can use the value as well. So I'm going to do this click action. Let me copy, paste over here, and we are pretty much done, right? So once we log in successfully, what will happen in the sense, like you can see the page title is going to be like my account. So probably I can do the assert for this, right? So yeah, we don't have to write a function to get the title, we can do it in the test case itself. So yeah, we'll just use this. Okay, so let's go to our register account. Actually we can write two separate classes, and then we can like have this, or else what we can do is we can write so this is my register basically, so I will just change to like register user. I can use the same class, and probably I can do. Okay, so since we do not have much time, I'm not sure whether I can show you the parallel. Okay, let me show you the parallel as well. So I'm going to create one more test case, and here it should be like login user tc, and within the login I'm just going to have everything mostly same, but I don't want from here, I don't want. Okay, so I'm going to have this if conditions and this things also. Yeah, I need the header, but instead of register I want this login page now. So login page login equal to new, then followed by login page, where we'll pass the page within the constructor. We'll have the same URL and we'll have this, and what we'll do is basically here we'll say like login dot. Before that, of course, I have to go to the header and I have to click on login, and then I can use the login page and I can log in as user, where I'm going to get my email. So let me give this particular email. Oh, come on. Yeah. And I'm going to mouse over, I'm going to log in. This is my email. I'm going to copy, paste over here. And password is, I think I always use this pass123. Let me check this quickly. So small trick here, you can change the input type to space and you can see the password actually. Okay, so go and paste over here. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to check whether login is success or not. So I'm going to get the page title, right? So here I'll say like page dot title, which is going to return me the string, of course. So if the title equals your account, what is this? Once I do the login, it's not your account, it should be like my account. Yeah, so if it's like my account, and it should be case sensitive actually, in that case, of course, login is going to be success, or else login is going to be failed, right? So we have two test cases now. I think we are clicking the login, we are doing the login, and we are getting the okay. So you have two test cases now, right? So I'm going to convert this into XML file. So let me select both this, right click, go to your test.ng, convert to test.ng, and here the test case name is going to be like your POM parallel test, and here the file name is going to be like your parallel, let me name it like both, because you can give a better name, both test.ng.xml. okay, and here the parallel mode is going to be my classes, and thread count we don't have to give. By default it will have the thread count of 5. Since we have two test cases, I think that should be really good. Okay, now let's go to our test.ng, both test.ng.xml file. So here you can select, we have parallel classes, we have thread count, we have this testers, right? Now I'm going to do one more change here. So if I go to my Lambda test capabilities, I'm going to change this to parallel demo. So we'll get a new test suite that will be very easier for us to know. Okay, so let's go to this and let me run this. Okay, I hope it should run in parallel and there won't be any issue with this. So if I go to my Lambda test accounts once again, so here you can see like we got this parallel demo, and you can see like build session equal to 5. Since I'm using the free version, free tier of Lambda test, I have limited thing, like I can run up to 3, but if you have the paid I can run only 2, but if you have the paid version, of course you can use this to run even like 100. I mean, not 100, we don't have to do this, but of course you get the idea. We can run multiple process, multiple OS, however you configure with the test.ng. okay, so yeah, you can see both the things are passed. So if I go and refresh this, I can see the label as well, like what test cases we have done. Yeah, so login success, register is also success. You can go and check the video and other things. Of course we didn't add the screenshot, but default we have the video report. If you want, you can also enable the screenshot as well. Okay, so I thought of giving you 3 test cases, but unfortunately due to the time restriction, I'm going to wind up this video here, and this is the last video of our this Playwright playlist in Lambda test. So I hope you have really enjoyed everything, and you can go to my repository, and if you search for Lambda test Playwright Java, all the codes will be there, and also all the video links are there, so you can just go and watch and you can learn. And if there is any question, any doubt, just ping me in the comments, I'll be happy to reply. Okay, so that's it from my side. Thanks for watching. See you in the next playlist in another tutorial. Bye bye.